And a pleasant good evening to all of you. Joining us on the microphone this time is the one, the only Kraken Mayor. I am Stu, the announcer, and we are broadcasting the second edition of Swim or Sink, the new premier weekly tournament for kids and squids alike, brought to you by the mad scientists over at Inkling Performance Labs. And Kraken, looking to be a pretty damn good tournament this week.
Oh yeah, definitely. We have some great competitors coming back this week. Starburst, who had done so well, coming back, a little bit of different roster under a different name, but they're coming back. They're ready to get that victory after everything that went down in our grand finals last week. And we're starting here though with Persistence versus Streakuma. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but Streamline and Akuma together as one versus Persistence, a team that has been around low ink for quite a while.
Yeah, Persistence, we've seen them on and off doing relatively well in the swim, or in the in the low ink tournaments as well. But Streakuma, interesting how those teams have kind of come together. I figure, you know what, if we're two pretty decent teams coming together to form one bigger team, it's not a bad idea in theory. The problem is, does it always work out in practice? They are technically the lower seed, but we are watching the 16 and 17 seed game, so I guess anything can happen. We'll just have to see.
This is their first time rolling together that I know of. They've gotten a little bit of practice together, and the teams have kind of played here and there together, but this is the first time that they're going under the same banner, so let's just see if that synergy, if that's going to be any sort of problem for them, if they're going to be lacking on that synergy.
There's only one way to get synergy, and quite frankly, it's to work together. And you saw how much you have 4 players, but it takes a little bit more than that to make one team. And here we go. Happy splatting, everybody. This is the second edition of Swim or Sink, starting it off by making it rain on Starfish main stage.
Yeah, this is going to be a good fight here. Both teams fighting for that pop, but in the end, Persistence with that pop, going to have to get that pop, get that turf war the turf so crucial for both of these teams. And Persistence Persistence getting that turf is so crucial. You can see them taking advantage of that and getting 2 members down of Streamline and Akuma's combined team here.
I see we're missing the old Nintendo rule set. You're just looking for it to be turf war again, I see. So don't worry about that. Hey, I'm sure you're not alone. Don't worry. I'm not gonna fault you for that. But either way, we're gonna keep on going on. Early advantage to I'm gonna get so much heat for that later. Either way, 63 points on the board already for Persistence as Streakuma going to take care of that frontliner right offhand and throw out the 10 missiles as well. K-Shot definitely coming into vogue a little bit, which I always found to be a little interesting. It doesn't seem like that's one of the more synergistic weapons that came from the 4th patch. Just because, it's a frontline weapon, but you usually want to be shooting those missiles from the back line. I mean, if you're going to be shooting those missiles from right where you are, you need to make sure you're not getting killed with 2 giant backpacks just sitting on your shoulders.
Yeah, it's definitely super vulnerable, but there's just certain ways that missiles can be used, especially something like a ray that we just saw. They didn't unfortunately pop it on the ray because they had just popped it a little bit beforehand, but you can pop it on the ray and just completely decimate that ray and then rush them as a shot. Look at those points. Joker getting the lead here. Just the carbon, managing to take down the Rainmaker. Sky trying to fight a 2v1, unable to get that victory. Persistence going to be able to finally get some map control in mid. But it looks like we have some Streakuma members already in mid, so it makes it a little bit tougher here for Persistence to push in and try to reverse the field here and push that Rainmaker back to their favor.
I mean, they were just trying to get some purple down on mid and let the Rainmaker reset. I do kind of like the strategy, but there's a suction bomb. If you are not ready for those, you are going to die. And, well, what else can you say? But sometimes you just got to eat the bomb. The Octo Shot comes through yet again, and you're gonna try to chase trace down what looked like to be the frontliner up onto the perch. It turns out it was the roller trying to do a little samurai drop onto the, just swinging the sword, coming down from the thing. I think we've all done that. Bonsai just off of a coffee, just off of the living room table. But enough about how I played as a kid. We're going to go back to the match at hand, and then taking the lead, Persistence looking for the knockout, but it's denied at the very death. Will take 2 squids in order to stop that push, but look at that. You have 4 versus 2 on the field, and you immediately get back up, dust yourself off, and dunk it to take game number 1. Persistence pays off, and Streakuma will have to dust themselves off and try again.
Such a huge thinger, getting that pop, getting that map control right at the goal, on top of taking care of the last enemies. So crucial. The Rainmaker shield is so powerful and is so important. And people just sometimes forget about it or are unable to just take care of it properly and use it to their advantage. In this case, Persistence used it perfectly to their advantage, using it to snowball and getting that KO there. Such a well done play there by Persistence to get that KO.
And it was cheeky maneuvering as well what allowed Persistence to take it. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication on Streakuma's part, and that's to be expected, but you saw the Octo Shot trying to go for the individual kill, trying to chase that roller up to Attic, but then you get distracted, someone else comes in through the back way behind Attic, and all of a sudden it becomes a 2v1. The roller does its job, and eventually you see that Rainmaker coming through the choke, and yeah, that's how you work your way up. It's slowly but surely. It's not as fast paced through the pits and the ramps as it would be on mid. So, got to make sure that you're ready for all of that. Persistence is surely ready to go for tower control on Anchovy Games, but Streakuma have some adjustments to make. Some relatively slower mode, but I don't know. It feels like Persistence, the pace of the game isn't what's affecting them more so than anything else. It's just the fact that they're able to keep their eye on the prize and realize just their awareness is it's been what's the most impressive thing thus far.
Yeah, definitely. They just have been together for so long. These Persistence has been around for a little bit of time now, so they've gotten a good amount of synergy. They know when to push together. They still have some work to do and grow and continue as a team. You can see them kind of getting to that middle of the pack. They consistently get near the top in low ink, so they're getting there, and they're just trying to get that next step here. And tonight might be one of those steps towards making the big step and moving on out of low ink. So, every victory, every tournament match is so crucial, and we're finally starting here with tower control on Anchovy Games.
So Persistence looking to make this a 2-0 victory. The winner of this match, by the way, will go on to face the number 1 seed. That is SuperNova. Like, what a task to face in round number 2. But then again, nothing worth doing is easy, in the words of John F. Kennedy. So we're going to have eventually. Oh, I was about to say the approaching mid, but no. Turns out there wound up being a 2v1 right by the tower, and Inky is going to jump right back after collecting a few bodies, and they will lose the lead, but again, very early in the game thus far, going to build up enough meter for Stingray. We'll deploy that eventually, probably coming up to this little perch, as they will pass the first checkpoint. Interesting stuff so far from Streakuma. They're using a lot of weapons, a bit more firepower to them, a little bit more heft to them, but doesn't really matter if the tower's going to be stationary anyway.
Smart decision here, though, by Persistence, waiting to use that Stingray until after the armor was over, after the inkjet was over, and making sure to stay alive. Such a good job there by the sniper of Persistence, knowing that, hey, I'm not going to get the victory if I try to do this now. Wait till my team can get there. Wait till the other team doesn't have all of their offensive weapons. Take them down, and we'll go ahead and stop this push and get rid of just lose a few points. 52 remaining is not a push that will be hard to beat. Just one checkpoint stands in the way between that score and victory. So not too much in that checkpoint. The first checkpoint in this map can be quite easy to do, especially with something just like an armor or just control of the drop down there. So not too much to ask. We'll see if Persistence can do that though. You see the ray coming out from Akuma, or sorry, excuse me, Streakuma. Gotta remember they're both combined now.
I mean, hey, you know what? It's it can be hard, and it takes time to build up those habits, and certainly it'll take time for Akuma to build up, for Streakuma, yes, I'm starting to see your point, for Streakuma to build up those habits of their own, but it's amazing how much of those, how much of this game just becomes a melee when it gets to mid. Certainly not when you're up by here. They're trying to get past the, plat, but just not able to do it. That's going to be a team wipe. You're going to see a bunch of orange ink as they begin their push back, but not before giving up 57 points worth of progress. And they're going to try to push forward here. They will garner control of the tower and almost certainly add on to their point total. But as the ink armor is online for Stormy, will not be activated just yet. Just standing right by Fan and activating it now as the Stingray will try to push Persistence off of it. And they don't take out the Stingray. It just kind of runs out. Those splat bombs going to stall progress there, and what a kill off of the vertical swing of the roller. That is Sora putting in the work, jumping off of the top rope and dropping the elbow.
Yeah, definitely. But one of the big things to note, I mentioned the Stingray from Persistence earlier being hesitant when Streakuma popped armor. The opposite actually happened there. Streakuma's popped their ray early, and you could see that it wasn't quite as effective, and actually the push kept going. Luckily here, though, Streakuma gets the cleanup and absolutely denies Persistence of the lead right now, with just a minute remaining in this game.
What a huge double by Narilla, I'm not really sure, but either way, however you decide to pronounce it, sure could not beat it, catching that double right on the edge of losing the lead, and they cut it down to 46 points remaining. However, they do get it back through Persistence, and what a shot from behind the tower, that right side peeking behind the column, paying dividends and taking the inkjet out of the air. You talk about your anti-airs, that is as clean as it gets, Crack, and they're looking to get past this checkpoint here, but they will not be able to do so. That's a team wipe, and they only have 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds remaining. That was probably their best opportunity. Now it's going to be quite a fight here. They let themselves have a great opportunity. There's one down by Sora. Sora here trying to make an opening, unable to get more than one, but there goes most of Streakuma. They'll have an opportunity here to take control of the plat here. And if Persistence can do that, they don't have to go too far. They just gotta get past, here. You see a push, 2v3.
Yeah, their biggest.
And the one's behind.
They have a 3v1 on the pitch, and
that's a wipe.
That is the wipe. Oh my gosh, are they going to be able to get back in time and trying to ink? They will not be able to swim up, and Persistence will take game number 2. Just too much for Streakuma to handle, and Persistence pays off. They'll win it 2-0.
Yeah, they're persistent in that game, never giving up, never letting Streakuma really get a massive lead in that game. Just kind of keeping them at bay. You gotta let them have a little bit of wiggle room. If you don't let them, or if you let them have you fight every inch, you're going to get wiped or something like that. Wait for you to have the opportunity. Wait for you to have specials. Wait for them to use their specials, and that's exactly what Persistence did. They let up just as many points as they had to do so to get the victory, and then took advantage of every opportunity they give themselves to slowly eat away at that lead. In the end, though, really well done by Persistence, being very patient, more than even persistent here in that one, and in getting their opportunity and taking it when they could.
They absolutely put themselves in the position to succeed, and, well, succeed they did. It was great. Great individual efforts, what we saw from Streakuma, but again, 4 players will always lose to 1 team. And that's kind of what happened there. Persistence, perhaps just a few more tournament miles on them as a unit, and they will move on 2-0 as we continue on here, going to some round number 3 action, if I'm not mistaken, or are we continuing in round number 2? I guess I didn't really
It was a round 1 match, so we're gonna.
Oh, that was a round 1. You're right.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm used to having things pick up at round 2. Well, that's silly me. But either way, as we are going on to round number 2, first of all, I'd like to thank you for joining us here at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for Swim or Sink. It is the premier weekly tournament here at Inkling Performance Labs, and it's always good to see you, Kraken. We were actually playing yesterday on your stream. In fact, go ahead and check him out at twitch.tv/Kraken_Mayor. But we were playing on your stream, and you were talking about the importance of team composition, and I asked you about that. And it's one of those things. I imagine that it's different when you're just forming a team or you're having 2 teams merge, where it's just. That's right. It is raging always. That's gosh. I was thinking of your Twitter. That was your Twitter. Yeah. Gosh, man. I'm getting my social medias confused, but you know what? That's what happens when you have so many social medias being hip with the cool kids. Yeah,
hey,
but we were talking.
Blame Twitch for not letting me switch accounts from my. I actually own 2 accounts, but I started streaming on the my old name, and Twitch is like, nah, you can't use your new name, so you can't transfer it over. So that's why it's still the old name.
Gotcha. Well, either way, twitch.tv/raging always, raging with 2 eyes. But it's we were talking about the importance of team composition, and obviously it comes down to team philosophy. It has to be hard when you're 2 teams coming together and the philosophy is trying to match up and trying to figure out what you hold dear in the game, like how much you value speed. Definitely the meta does, but also really just what sort of game you want to play, not just in terms of achieving objective, but really how you're going to get inside the opponent's head, whether or not you want to be a counter-punching team, whether or not you want to take it to whether you want to take the attack to them. It seems like it's pretty complicated and never always the easiest thing in the world, especially when you're less than a week old.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just so hard to get those things nailed down. Teams with lots of experience together sometimes don't have that act together, and it makes them struggle more than they should. You know, these players may be great individually, and then they may struggle as a unit just because they can't. You know, you have, of course, synergy as a whole. Got to have that no matter what sort of style you're going to play. But, you know, trying to mesh 2 teams together, a little bit of that style. Luckily, these 2 teams have kind of played together. So they have a little bit of synergy, and they had a little bit of that sort of same mentality. They understand what each team was bringing to the table. So both these teams at least have some sort of similar philosophy. And especially if they want to make it work, they really are going to have to do that. So, good luck to them. Wish them both lots of luck on that one.
It is, if nothing else, a consistent struggle, but what in this world is not? So, gotta keep on keeping on, as they say. We will get news of this next matchup coming up soon, and it looks like we have our teams entering the arena now. I am looking for it on the bracket right now, so please excuse me while I do
Fly versus Rhythm and Friends will be our two teams here. So Fly is going to be Cuber, Happy Taco, Legend, and Eclipse. And we will also, for Rhythm, it's Rhythm, obviously, Banana, Candy, and Nyan. I think I said that right. Yeah, I'm also getting. Also want to remind you all, we are doing giveaways today. Simple way to enter. Just gotta do !! giveaway in our chat. Definitely want to try to get some of these. To get some of those stickers. We're gonna do sticker giveaways first, and then we'll be doing another Nintendo Switch Online here towards Grand Final. So stay tuned for that. We'll be doing the first sticker pack after this set. So hang in there, just ! giveaway, and you'll be automatically entered. You may not get a notification, by the way. But you'll be entered in. We have a list there. It's automatically doing it.
And look at that! Like all it takes is the mention of the giveaway, and the viewer count just goes right back up. That is awesome. So it's Hey, dude, hey, stickers bring squid kids. That's what happens. That's the philosophy here. So just keep pumping out the stickers and definitely keep tuning in because we appreciate your viewership. We appreciate the support of competitive Splatoon, and yeah, it's pretty rad to hang out with some cool friends and watch some cool games. So as we continue on here, Fly is the 5th seed in this tournament. Definitely a few people that we saw in the last tournament. Actually, Eclipse, I believe, played in the last swimmer sync. So
yeah, I don't remember which team they played for though, but yeah, I do remember seeing that name. It may not be the same Eclipse. Eclipse is one of those names that are just a little bit popular. You know, being named after an actual thing that is awesome because Eclipses are awesome.
That's true. But you can't. We may not have seen them on stream actually because you can't look right at an eclipse. But that's
if it's a lunar
and that
eclipse,
joke didn't land. You know, we're gonna. Yeah, I really thought I was being slick, but then you just went ahead and blew up my spot. But it wasn't a great joke anyway, so I'll take the L. Either way, Rhythm and Friends gonna try to take down Fly, and yeah, as you see the, I can't get away how you just blew up my spot. It's unbelievable. This is just how it's gonna be. All right. But yeah, this team: Banana, Neon, Candy, and Rhythm. Well, they got their work cut out for them. Fly seems like a pretty well put together team, and can't really wait to see how this happens. I believe the first map is going to be Humpback Pump Track, if I'm not mistaken. But
it's going to be Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy to start here.
Okay.
And then we'll be going to Splat Zones Mako, and if we need to, we'll be going to Rainmaker on Blackbelly. One of the great things that we did in this new swimmer sync is make sure that our map pool is just very beloved by the community. We looked at some different polls. Obviously, we still have one active. I will link it here in chat in just a moment. And just kind of incorporate all of that together with what data we have and try to make a very popular map poll. Some of them are definitely a little bit polarizing. You know, still people still like don't like Rainmaker Blackbelly, but it's still beloved for the most part, and it's really good actually, in my opinion. But hopefully we'll see that here in a minute. For now, we have Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, as we're seeing here, a little bit more of a concentrated push here from Rhythm, or excuse me, yeah.
Yeah,
yes,
Rhythm and
Fly
Friends
no, Rhythm in the orange, in the purple, going to be donned by Fly. A little bit more of a concentrated push there from Rhythm and Fun. I'm sorry, I was just looking at Fly. They're trying to, taking out 2 there did the Splattershot Jr. Sorry for the weird phrasing on that, as Eclipse with the front line looks like a vanilla shot. No, make that a T-Tech, excuse me. Right now, Fly seems to be getting the frags. The question is, can they get the clams to back it up? They're going to toss one to Cuber, and the special going to come out and break the barrier. We're going to have our first breakage of the match, and already down to 35 points and counting. It took just about a team wipe in order to stop the bleeding, but not before surrendering 38 points.
Definitely a beatable push, though. Two power clams is enough to get that lead. So it's not the biggest lead in the world, but it's definitely enough to win here on this map. It is one of the maps that can be a little bit stalemate if done right. And as I say that, we see a jump in by Banana, going to score that ball as he goes down, but there's not really much to follow up. Oh, maybe? Look, we have Pain behind, but going to be taken out by Eclipse. So no adding to that score, just a base power clam for Fly in this one.
You're still in the same situation where 2 power clams do get the job done. One gets rid of the penalty, and the other one, well, that takes you down to 50. So either way, you're quite all right with it, and just like that, they're going to surrender the lead as Fly are going to, or rather, Fly increases the lead. Excuse my lack of comprehension of the English language. Is going to be a baller jumping in as They create just a little bit of space for themselves, and another power clam gets dumped in by Eclipse, looking for the knockout blow, and it seems that they will get it. Indeed, they do. Some cheeky maneuvering by Fly, getting the knockout, even though there seemed to be a deluge of orange ink at the end. It's just going to be a little too much to overcome. What is ink on the ground when you can fly? They win it 1-0. As they're going to look to recover in map number 2, Will Rhythm.
Yeah, great job here by Fly getting that victory over Rhythm and Friends. What just a very close game there for quite a while, but in the end, Fly just putting their foot down, getting that KO in the mode that is probably the hardest to get a KO on in any mode. On that map, though, can be one of the easier ones. You just take control of that plat. But luckily for the defending team, you have so much upper area. But in the end, though, Rhythm and Friends unable to do so. For now, though, we're going to Splat Zone's Macomart. A map that is very beloved. Macomart is the most beloved map of any map in every single poll.
It is by quite a margin.
Yes, that it is quite a margin beloved. Even when you break down by mode, it is considered the best, if not second best. I believe in tower control, for example, in the plus, their voting, they have it number 2 in the last month's polling. So it's just a beloved map, and it seems to be so balanced. No matter what weapon you're using, you can do something with it. I'm not a fan of it. I'm a weird one, but it's just such a well-balanced map, and people love it.
Okay, let's say that there were a dissenter out there by the name of Krakenmare. Let's just throw that out there as a hypothetical. What would the potential detractions be? As immediately you see Rhythm and Friends jumping straight into the zone, trying to garner control, but it will not be nearly enough, as Fly's coordination is going to overtake the zone, and perhaps Rhythm and Friends might start sharing that same sentiment, as they are down 2-3 on the field right now.
A little bit of a rocky start here for Rhythm and Friends. Already in a bad position, down early, having lost control of their stacks. That's something you cannot give up on this map. You lose control of stack, it's so difficult to come back. But as I say that, they already have come back and have already taken control of the entire map, so what do I know, right? But
yeah, fair.
These stacks are such key positions, especially with the long-range weaponry that Fly has right now. It's so key. If they have control of those stacks, they can just shoot down on you. And it's very difficult with the weaponry that Rhythm and Friends have to kind of take that back once they lose it without being, well, a great play like they did in that last one. But as we can see, that Fly is just slowly pushing back up here, taking control of the stacks again.
I mean, it's just a little tough when you have to maneuver around, especially that splash wall, which is so deceptively good. In the middle of the zone, you do kind of have to limit your movement, and again, in splat zones, you want to make sure you have as much room on the field as possible in order. Really, you could say the map, but, you know, it's whatever. It kind of signifies flat ground. Yeah, map, whatever. We're going to work on our terminology as we go along. We're all trying to improve here at Swimmer Sync, myself included. As Banana trying to work themselves into a position where they can ink a little bit more efficiently, simply not able to get in, just pushed back by the range of the composition that Fly is running, as they're going to extend their lead now past halfway. However, Fly getting taken down. That is a double by Candy, the Candyman can, and they will use the Inkjet to try to perturb an extended push, as they will try to cut into the penalty themselves.
See a huge push by Rhythm and Friends all the way to the edge of the spawn there. Banana and Rhythm were just trying to take control of the right side, really solidify that dynamo on the stack. And you can see how hard it was there to get that pushback. It took an Inkjet and 3 members kind of targeting that stack. And you still see that Rhythm and Friends still has control of the stack, and they got 2 of the other team down. So crucial here. Only 20 ticks on the clock. Down to 10, and there's a fight for it. We see the bomb rush come out. We see everyone trying to paint it. And in the end, Fly just able to hold it before the Booyah Bomb can come out. So a really nice hold there, or a nice snag there by Fly, and unfortunately for Rhythm and Friends, unable to hold it. And on top of that, they end up getting wiped.
Just a little too slow for the splash wall to deploy, and they will, and that was Eclipse getting taken down just at the very last second. The range trying to take down the roller, and indeed it does. That Dynamo roller feeling the pain, and Cuber not doing too poorly with that charger, holding on to the stack. Their opponent's side stack, by the way, as they are counting down, trying to retake the lead. However, getting pushed back, that Slotcher putting in the work, getting the splat. What a clutch shot by Cuber, and they will take the lead. Oh, wait a second. That was so close at the very end. I cannot believe that they got the splat, to be quite honest. They actually were so close to losing the zone, and if that shot does not come in from Cuber, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, but that was just so very clutch. The shot to the face takes a dagger to the hearts of Rhythm and Friends' Winterside Hopes.
That was such a great play there. The Booyah Bomb just thrown a little bit too far. It eliminated a lot of the bombs on the opposite side, but what Cuber did, if you looked, on top of making that shot, threw bombs on the other side of zone. Threw it on their opponent's side. Instead of trying to just defend their own side, they put bombs on the other side. So when that Booyah Bomb did not hit the Rhythm and Friends side, all those bombs still exploded and kept control of the zone in favor of Fly. So as soon as they get those picks, such as the one that Cuber did in zone, they immediately flip that zone again and manage to take full control and get that KO in the end. Something that I didn't think they were going to be able to do with how much pressure that Rhythm and Friends were doing at the end. That was such a great play. It wasn't even just the shot there by Cuber. Just all around good defense of zone.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to face the pressure, it's another thing to successfully deter it. Well done by Fly. Rhythm and Friends gave it a good shot, just not enough that one time. But Fly moves on to the round of 8, as we are going to move on to our giveaway. So one more time, folks, exclamation point giveaway. If you want to be a part of this thing, we'll give y'all a few seconds to throw that in the chat. And once again, just a reminder for everybody, we are giving away 3 things tonight. Well, one of them is a set of stickers, some IPL, some Inkling Performance Lab stickers for the with our infamous beaker logo. I think that's a beaker, or is that a flask? I'm not really sure. I failed chemistry.
Beaker.
It is a beaker. Okay, I'm just making sure. I failed chemistry in high school. Either way, we had we're giving away 1 set of stickers right now. The other ones we're giving away, I believe it is just after Winners Final, and then just before Grands, or after Losers Final, whichever one. We are going to be giving away 1 Nintendo Switch Online membership for a full year. That is pretty cool stuff. So if you want to make sure that if you want to practice your Splatoon 2 tech, and you want to practice your compositions for free on our dime, then you're going to want to make sure to hit exclamation point giveaway in the chat. And we're going to roll out that giveaway right now. Going to throw out the... sorry?
While you were doing that, Stu, we actually rolled it.
Cool. Well, there you go.
Plays YT also getting free advertisement here on stream.
Hey, let's go.
So, congratulations on winning. You will be contacted shortly through Whispers on Twitch, I believe by Inky. So it'll be quite shortly here, and we will continue the conversation. And so if you have not entered yet, exclamation giveaway, and you will be entered into the next IPL exclusive stickers. It is around our mascot, Radia.
Yes.
Radia, if anybody doesn't know, is our bot as well in the IPL server. So Radia is our mascot, and like I said, our bot. And this sticker pack for for IPL is all around her. So a little bit awesome. It's a cool little thing. And you can also look at our different banners. So if you go to our battle file, you'll see Radia in some of those banners, such as Low Inks, or if you go to IPL's battle file, just the base page, you have Radia there as well.
There you go. And yeah, shout outs to all of our artists who create all sorts of cool stuff for the channel. And it's just one of those things that this is a community effort. It's not just Kraken or or anyone running the stream, whoever it may be. Last week it was you. I think this week we got Ink Fair just running the show, and it's a really cool collective effort that frankly I'm just proud to be a part of. So thanks to everyone who's involved in this thing, and thanks to you for tuning in and chilling with us and being good and friendos. So we're going to continue on here. Believe round 3 coming up. Who knows what's going to happen aside from quality Splatoon 2 action.
Awesome. So yeah, we're moving on. I believe we are doing Destiny Troops versus BlackPink as our next set here.
Hold on. So BlackPink is the team that it's a pickup technically, but I mean, what a heck of a pickup we have here. So it's let me just see if I can run down this roster, because you definitely recognize some of these names. If you watched Swimmer Sync 1, you definitely recognize the name Ice. That's one thing already, because they were all over the place just with their charger terrorizing players last week. You might also recognize the names of Biscuit and Keo. Just, throwing that out there. Yeah, you definitely do. And also Super Jared, to round things out, they are our number 2 seed, and it is crazy to think about, Krakenmare, that they're only number 2.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy. This team could easily win it, though. They may be the number 2 seed, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see them with a number 1 victory here at the end of the night. This team showed that they could do it last week. A little bit of a couple hiccups, unfortunately, cost them the game, threw them off. But that team, they were looking so strong for so long last week. Top of that, I think they were ready for a nap. It was a long tournament, especially after that bracket reset. Those guys fought hard, though. Respect for those guys not quitting until the end.
And it is interesting to see how these teams are formed, and really just a testament to the quality of the tournament at large that a team like this is number 2. It's basically an all-star team, ostensibly, but Destiny Troops should be noted, no slouches either. Actually, the number 10 seed in the tournament. They are the lowest seed on winner's side, but really that's because they took out Symphony by a score of 2-0. So Symphony, a pretty solid team in their own right, winds up falling to Destiny Troops. So you never want to take a team like that lightly. BlackPink, yeah, they're good, and they definitely have a certain quality of player about them. But yeah, it's not the sort of challenge that you want to mess around with. It's what those of us in the industry might call a trap game. You know what I mean, Krakenmare? Where you have, let's say a team goes undefeated throughout the season. They might take the last couple of games off, before they get into the playoffs. Then a team that maybe isn't as quote unquote untouchable as they are winds up making them look mortal, and it gives their potential opponents in the playoffs or later on in the season a chance to really study what makes the other team, the formerly invincible team, look just a little bit weaker. There are no days off, basically.
Yeah, definitely. If you start slacking, you can definitely lose to a team. Destiny Troops is one of those teams you could lose to. They are the underdogs, but do not count them out. That's exactly what you're saying, and it's exactly so true.
no matter what, you cannot count out either of these teams.
So as we're going to splat zones on Piranha Pit, it's such a... I mean, we were talking about this before, I think. It's just it's such a versatile map, and it's a map that really just kind of changes no matter what, no matter what mode you're playing. It feels like you're playing a different map every single time. It's so strange how that works. But we are going to keep rolling here on Piranha Pit zones. I mean, I always kind of find myself at a loss on how to play this map in general, mostly because I'm trying to fight. Not only am I fighting the opponents, I'm also fighting the conveyor belts, which I always seem to find myself on the wrong side of, and it cuts my speed in half. So maybe that's just me, but definitely if you're a player of any competitive, decent quality, this is a map that you can really lean into and make really the environment around you your ally.
Yeah, definitely. Those belts can be used so well to your advantage, both offensively and defensively. As you were kind of saying, you were losing your speed at certain points. Use that to your advantage if you're trying to take somebody down. Trap them into those conveyor belts where they can't move away from you. Easy picks, or forces them to fight. And if they win at the disadvantage, well, that's good on them. Some people just manage to do that sometimes. But that's every little advantage you can use. You got to take it. And on this map, it definitely gives you some different places to use that advantage.
Yeah, this is perhaps one of the less radical changes in the map. Obviously, yeah, when you're playing something like Rainmaker, it becomes a whole different thing. Here, you're just kind of spawning from the regular old classic look at us on the sides. Still, it's a split map. It's a split zone map. You have to come across eventually, and I would imagine that coming through on the higher elevation might be of use here. However, it's a quick 4-2 on the field for the number 2 seeds as Super Jared coming in and cleaning up with the K-Pro.
That K-Pro is just so deadly. There's a reason for a while people are calling it a broken weapon. With MPU, just being able to potentially two-shot, doing that 99.9 is just so crucial. So easy for that kill to happen. You see Jared again, just taking them out on the edge. You get too close and you're just gonna go down to that K-Pro.
Look at that. I'm just taking headshot after headshot from Super Jared. The movement so on point, and I liked that first where you had the Splattershot Junior, the K-shot coming through by TOF, who we're seeing right here. Punishing the overcommitment was drawn off by the Booyah Bomb. All Super Jared had to do there was throw the Booyah Bomb straight down and drive them off of the ledge, and easily collects it from there. So as Super Jared making their living pretty much off of the plat, it's 4-1 on the map, and Biscuit charging up that Nautilus. This could be a very easy knockout here. No way in, and that is going to be BlackPink slamming the door in the face of Destiny, and might not be in the cards for Destiny right here, but perhaps a 2-0 reverse sweep may be as they collect themselves and go on to the next map. Only 3 splats for them overall, just frags left and right from our number 2 warriors.
Definitely BlackPink maybe are listening to the stream and said, yeah, let's make sure not to sleep on these guys. Make sure that we are putting number 1 effort into these guys. So, good job there by BlackPink to make sure to continue to pressure these guys. So let's see if Destiny troops can respond. Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard is a completely different map and mode compared to zones. Piranha Pit zones, you can move around a lot. You have to move around a lot. It's all about that speed. Tower Control Sturgeon, the way the tower moves, there's only a couple key positions you really have to hold to do well. So you can kind of not really move so much. Have that more stagnant or that more slow-paced comp and do pretty well. If you can control the other team's snipe
is an easy way to get very far in that tower. Definitely push up and try to take control of the grading, or even try to push up to their spawn if you want to go for more of the fast approach. But if you want to go for that slower approach, you can get a good amount of points just by really taking the grading area and their snipe. Those two positions alone will get you near the KO, if at least to the last checkpoint, which is so crucial.
It's such a strange map, just because you have not just the bridges that move up and down so close to the point. So just a perfect place to rest up and make your own little sniper's nest if you so choose. But then also the snipe that already exists, the grates that go around it, it becomes very, very hard to take out whatever range that the opposition has. It really just comes down to, I suppose, how well you can build up your specials and challenge the range of your opposition, as they're going to use the remix. They're probably going to be chilling up by the grates and certainly the snipe for the majority of the match. So we take a look at the compositions. That is a lot of main power up on that Bamboozler. Just evil ambitions in the mind of that, and a K-Pro to try to challenge Super Jared, who winds up not going K-Pro themselves, strangely enough. Got ourselves a Nozzle Nose and a Tri-Slosher Nouveau, that winds up getting taken out in the early proceedings of this match. And immediately, Super Jared going to work with the Splash-O-Matic as the tower is being ridden, and they're trying to pass the first checkpoint now. Seems like they'll be able to do so successfully with a one squid advantage on the map.
We definitely see that main power that we talked about in that last game with, the K-Pro, hey, that 99.9 so crucial. That's what we see with the Bamboozler here. And we also saw Super Jared already pushing into that snipe earlier, and how crucial it was to kind of hold that position. And then you can see how crucial it was for those gradings. Clearly here, though, they went up for pushing into spawn and absolutely just decimating Destiny troops in their spawn. And BlackPink was no prisoners. No one was allowed to escape that one. Absolute domination there by BlackPink.
No quarter was the order, and just look at that. I mean, Ice didn't even pick anyone off, but that is the least of the problems that Destiny soldiers had. It was simply not in the cards for them. BlackPink exerting their dominance and sending a message to the North American Splatoon community. We're here, and we are coming for the title.
Yeah, I honestly feel real bad there for Destiny troops. We love Popgun here. He's a great commentator. You've heard him on the mic last week.
Yeah.
You'll probably hear him on the mic in the future, definitely at least with Low Ink, and potentially here as well as with Testing Grounds. He'll pop in and out between those tournaments. He's a great guy. But he didn't do so hot in that one. Yeah. he definitely, him and his team was up against a better opponent in that one.
Yeah.
But simply.
I mean, look, plain and simple, sometimes you get your fade run. There's no shame in that, I don't think. It's just, it happens, and how are you going to dust yourself off and counteract that? Really, you just have to keep going, and certainly that is an option on in the elimination bracket. But well, you just aren't going to make it happen in winner's side. That's what is going to be the truth of the matter here in Swim or Sink 2. So as we continue on here, it's yeah, if you blinked and missed it, that was in fact BlackPink taking tower control and winning it 2-0. One of the faster tower control games that you are likely to see. And that's the beauty of spawn camping. Sometimes it just kind of winds up like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just the unfortunate thing that it just happens sometimes. Tower control is such a snowbally mode. Once you get going in tower control, sometimes it can be quite difficult for the opposing team to stop. And Sturgeon Shipyard is definitely one of those maps. As I talked about before we started the map mode, there's just a couple key locations. You hold those key locations, you can get through the majority of the area without the tower even having to fight. You saw Ice there have 0 picks in that one. There wasn't really anybody in his range all game. Yeah, he sat on tower. Everyone else was so far ahead of him because they took those key locations and then pushed up into their spawn. So they took control of the snipe, they took control of Grates, and then they just pushed up into their spawn and kept Destiny troops away from the tower.
I mean, they couldn't even get to the plat. Like, they had no chance. They were given no opportunity, and like it was just nothing that could have been done to prevent that. It seemed, and as soon as you saw them get the knockout, it's just like, that this seems appropriate somehow. There was just no place for them to go, and it was probably better that it just ended at that point, because I mean, look, they're a solid team, but sometimes you just get outclassed, and that's what BlackPink was. They were just a stacked team, more like stacked Pink, if we're being completely honest. They're Kraken.
Yeah, definitely. I honestly am surprised that team didn't get number 1 seed this game or this tournament. Definitely, though, SuperNova is a good team. But you could really make the case with BlackPink that they deserve the number 1 seed, and they really showed it. Absolutely, just playing that set so well. No prisoners taken. And we'll see if they can make it into the winners finals. They are 1 match away from that, facing our number 3 seed in the next round.
If last week was any indication, the number 1 versus number 2 matchup that we could potentially be seeing is going to be an absolute barn burner. So we'll have to see if we get it. SuperNova and BlackPink potentially going at each other. Maybe it won't go to 2 a.m., but we know for sure it's going to be hotly contested. So stick with us. We're going to be back right here on Swimmer Sync. And we are back. We're going to get things going with winners semifinal action here at Swim or Sink, the second. Coming to you from the mad scientists at Inkling Performance Labs, always bringing you some top quality Splatoon, and nothing exemplifies that quite like this matchup right here. SuperNova, you all know them, you all love them, versus a team that you might not have heard of, grrrr, but with some very familiar faces, Kraken.
Yeah, definitely. We have two Sayonara members, Josh and Jared, playing for this team. So all strong players, and we saw Sayonara last week here get the victory. So trying to get 2 in a row here for Sun and Bagel. We'll see if they can take on SuperNova, our #1 seed, consisting of Chara, Zero, Muti, and Arashi. Going to be a tough team to beat. Both of these teams quite strong, and we'll see what each of these teams can do here in Clamblitz Skipper Pavilion.
Yeah, Sayonara, obviously, what else can be said about them that we did not say last week? It's nuts what they were able to do, and especially against Starburst, which was ostensibly just Hanron, as we mentioned, as seemingly ad nauseum. What seemed like only yesterday, but really was just 7 days ago. Honestly, it was Sayonara losing in winners final by a score of 4-3, and then coming back 4-2 and pulling off what seemed like was going to be a Starburst reverse sweep, but then stopping their momentum in the tracks, winning Game 7 in that tower control on Anchovy. And now as we go to Skipper Pavilion Splat Zones, they're going to try to recreate some magic all over again. Going to have to get some clams. Did I say? I wound up saying Splat Zones. Excuse me. I did mean Clam Blitz. I'm just looking. I'm looking ahead to all the nonsense that we have coming up. What can I say? But this is going to be Chara moving up here for SuperNova. Going to try to get the breakage. We'll pay for it with their life, as it is a 2 squid advantage on the map for Sayonara. Still, points on the board are points on the board. Not too bad a start for SuperNova.
Yeah, definitely. Few points on the board. Definitely would like to get more, though. You always want to get more points than just one power clam. So easy to get that beat. As you can see, both teams now have 1 power clam in as the score. Can grrrr manage to get 1 clam in, take the lead? No, we'll see a great defense here by SuperNova, keeping the score at 19-20. Of course, when you have an even score, the score goes back 1. So that's why, even though they scored a power clam, grrrr is now only at 19. Both teams here fighting hard, though, trying to score more.
Nice aiming there with the Explosher. I guess it is easier to aim when you have an arrow pointing exactly where you need to shoot it, but nevertheless, Chara going to try to get their second basket of this young match. The baller going to drop in, and Josh feels its full fury. Zero getting taken down, and Sun shining bright in the early stages of this matchup, of course, of Sayonara fame, and going to pick themselves up a few clams for their trouble. As again, not doing too poorly right now. They did get a barrier breakage earlier on, but they're just having a little bit of trouble getting back onto the offensive. Missiles going to be deployed, trying to push the defense back near the goal, but they're simply not able to get in quite yet. And Kraken, seems like range seems to be a problem, especially when you have an Explosher and, of course, that dreaded Nautilus just hanging on their side as Zero goes to work on the Inkjet.
Yeah, that Nautilus is so good at closing in. So that effective range is so much bigger than you think. It may have, X range, not moving. But when you can charge your shot and swim forward, that range increases so fast. The effective range is so much longer than advertised, just from the movement that Nautilus brings. So it's what Nautilus does so well, is it closes in just a little bit and then uses an already large range to take you out. Or anybody trying to flee from it, they can just chase him down with a little bit of a partial charge and just go get him. So very well done here by Zero on the defense. Unfortunately, though, the top You see a big score there by grrr, able to take that lead here with about 1:45 remaining on the clock.
Well, that was grrr taking the high road, Sayonara taking the low road, and they did in fact get to Scotland before them. So it's going to be a power clam dumped in, and even though the team wipe does come through, it is not without cost. They immediately put 66 points onto their score, and that's going to be grrr reclaiming the lead.
A great play there by SuperNova to get that lead back.
Excuse me, no, that's grrr losing the lead. Like, I honestly, it's going a little quickly, but that's the nature of Skipper Pavilion, I suppose.
Yeah, this is such a great thing when you see top-level teams, and it just shows how fast this game is, and it's so much speed to it. And you can see both teams, what they do after getting those big pushes, those big wipes, and denying the other team, is they go take mid. That bottom area is where all the clams spawn. The majority of the clams spawn in those bottom areas, and that's why going and controlling that is so crucial when you're trying to push back. And we see the big power clam denied, but we will Jared going in and scoring. It's just 13 remaining on the side of grrr. A nice little comfy lead here with 20 seconds remaining. A little bit over 2 power clams is needed to get that lead for SuperNova. Grrr having a slight advantage here with 10 seconds remaining. If their power clam can be made, which they do have one now, they have 2 of them for that matter, SuperNova will have 20 seconds of overtime along with the little few seconds remaining, which now it's just overtime. Arashi trying to find an opening here.
Doing a little bit of juggling of the power clams. Oh no, and that super jump has no chance whatsoever. It's such an odd zone to have to defend. Seems like the celebratory tennis missiles will be coming out as Bagel doing well to defend their turf. And as you can see, it was the game plan seemed to be there. Try to go low, but that's not going to work out. 87-66 is the final score on that one, as there were wonderful individual efforts by the part of SuperNova. But yeah, Jared with that K-Pro, absolutely lethal, taking out people on defense, and of course that push in proved to be the straw that broke SuperNova's back, as they will take game number 1. And Clam Blitz, especially on Skipper Pavilion, it's such a weird goal to defend because you're having to deal with 2 separate elevations, even though one is closer to the spawn than the other. It's still not necessarily the most intuitive thing in the world. And if you find yourself uncoordinated, even for a split second there, Kraken, you're going to find yourself at a deficit pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Such a huge play there, just by grrr, putting themselves together, pushing it hard, pushing forward, and then just a great spectacular effort by Jared to make such a massive lead there in the end. You know, and getting those key picks, getting that extra power clam in to really secure a nice lead. Because at the end there, SuperNova, without that additional power clam, could have pushed pretty hard and have just put in 1 power clam and a couple small regular clams, and they would have had the lead. Instead, they had to make sure they had a nice coordinated push, getting multiple power clams and at least a good amount of regular clams if they didn't do the power clams.
Yeah, and also, nice little defense there at the end as Chara was trying to juggle 2 power clams just at the very death, but again, not a whole lot of room to move, being stalled out right at the very bottom of the map. And even though obviously you have a whole lot of room to move around in Garden, if you're not moving forward, you're probably about to die. So there's simply no room to go, and it became a 2v1 very, very quickly. And as Bagel came to the rescue there, as game number 2 is going to start up very shortly. Splat Zones, we're going to check into the new Albacore Hotel. Check in anytime you like. You can never leave. Splat Zones going to prove to be either fatal or fruitful for one of these 2 teams. Sayonara looking to get on the board here. as we take a look at the compositions.
We see here a junior from the side of SuperNova that it looks like a little bit of a sub power up, getting that little bit of additional range. So crucial on this map. Without it, the bombs don't go quite as far, quite as fast. So useful to have for the junior. But in the end, going to go down to the combined forces of Jared and Josh on the left side. Do you see the ray coming out from the side of SuperNova? Going to take full control of the zone and try to push up on the left side. If you can control the left side on this map, you really do shut out a lot of the options here of the other team, and gives yourself a little bit of leeway to kind of fall back before just giving up the zone. And we can see controlling a little bit there. Zero able to manage, not able to get the pick here. Oh, there he gets the pick. What a shot there with that inkjet.
So beautiful.
To deny the other inkjet of grrr. SuperNova here, not happy after that first initial loss. Not going to let grrr just completely win this set here. Go up 2-0. We don't want to see that.
Not even the Jet Squelcher could find a way in, feeling like there was just a little bit too much of a threat approaching their position, and that is going to be a 100-0 victory. Absolutely no chance, as SuperNova, fittingly enough, explosive in game number 2. So now all of a sudden, grrr going to have some things to work upon there. Chara and Juan proving to be the stars of the show there, but certainly the range of that Jet Squelcher, paid dividends to say the very least in that one, as simply no way for the Splatter Scope to do much of anything, as they just kept getting well, it's no shame in saying you got outranged by a Stingray, but that was basically what it was there for, to keep it in check.
Yeah, such a great play, though, by SuperNova. Getting that push there on the left side, able to control it, let them come to them, know when to pick your fights. Zero with that inkjet. Such a crucial kill there. Let them hold the left side. Let SuperNova hold that left side, which just locked out the opponent. After that, they were unable to push at all. There was no more threats on the zone, really, the rest of the game. So, such a good play. And we'll see if SuperNova can continue that momentum. Such a dominating victory here. Moving it into Rainmaker Anchovy. This one is another one that can go kind of fast here up until the very end. You can get a lot of points really quickly on this map.
Going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Just because you have so much variance of what these teams can do and what they excel at in particular, I don't foresee this being as much of a wash, really, just because, what's going to happen in the most general sense. People are going to dump themselves into mid, a lot of bodies are going to fall, and if you have 2 people for that initial push, that's generally good news. It means that not everyone got wiped out. So that's kind of what you're having to rely upon here. As we go into this game number 3, we take a look at the compositions for the first time, seeing at least one Splatter Scope, but again, pretty much the same thing for SuperNova. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yes, definitely. They destroyed in that last match. Let's see if they can do it again here. Having that advantage at the pop, so crucial, and they get one off the pop. The support player of grrr is down. No junior means no armor and a lot less paint, and we see SuperNova already taking advantage of that so far into their base.
And also no ink armor to go along with it, potentially, as Chara jumps in, trying to get that counter down to halfway. We'll have to settle for only 47 points on the board. I know, how tragic, but Jared has an inkjet to work with as well, going to get a kill off of it. Juan meets the wrong end of that inkjet's blaster, and you know what? You're getting a kill off of that thing. You're getting 1 kill. You're pretty much happy with how that inkjet wound up playing out, as the coordinated push here from grrr going to fall just short, only putting 9 points on the board themselves. But Bagel, they did a lot of work to get those 9. I'll say that. Not nearly enough to avoid that splashdown, however.
it's such a great splashdown. Coming from a higher up position, hard to shoot down from such an awkward angle at the edge of range. Really good play there, securing the kill without worrying about the trade at that point. And Sun trying to make something out of with this junior, getting damaged by the Fizzy Bomb, not enough to take him down, and teammate Bagel able to secure the kill on that machine trying to kill Sun. And this Rainmaker here, going to give him a nice amount of turf in mid with the pop. Definitely crucial to have that mid control. It'll let them move forward here with Inkjet and Armor able to come push on this plat. I'm waiting for it any moment here. SuperNova's got to be ready for it.
Oh, Zero barely avoiding the Rainmaker shot, and I'm surprised that they even got one kill out of that. It is 3-3 on the field right now. Make it 3-2 as the lead is retaken by grrrr. Well done to get just past the ledge, and even though they are pushed slightly back, trying to avoid the full force of that green ink from SuperNova. They didn't do too poorly for themselves on that push and seemed to have the coordination just coming in just in time. A lot of really fortuitous stuff, but it seemed to all start from Sun inking as much turf as they possibly could, deploying that ink armor, and as it usually does, providing the support that the team needed and the confidence that the team needed in order to make things happen at the right time.
Yes, definitely. Ink Armor is so good at just giving team confidence. I hate to say, if you see an armor come out, a team's going to push. 9 times out of 10, a team's going to push. Unless it's a responsive counter armor to something else, so maybe something like a Stingray or whatever. But if a team just pops armor, they're going to push hard on you. Expect that. And it's something that you can actually use to your advantage. Hey, you know you're about to get absolutely attacked. You can either retreat, you can try to char, you can use, hey, I know I have an advantage versus this weapon, even with armor. Go ahead and take those fights. So, something that you can take advantage of. But right now, we definitely see both teams using their armor to their advantage, though. Because there is none of those, hey, my weapon has a huge advantage even with armor right now. Both these teams, a lot of good good matchups, weapon versus weapon. So, not too many of those right now. We see with 1 minute remaining that SuperNova is trying to push forward, trying to get this lead back. Chara with the Rainmaker, I believe, firing down upon the enemy team, but unable to get any of these picks right now.
Yeah, I mean, just seems like there's no real area of opportunity as, grrrr just proving to be a bit too elusive. Bagel trying to put in this work and keeping the Rainmaker from moving forward, creating a pretty stationary target, and eventually it's going to be Jared and company making that pickoff. However, the Rainmaker barrier takes out 3. They look to retake the lead here. They may very well be as successful they are as they cut the counter down to almost 80 points on the board for themselves. And now all of a sudden, it's going to be Josh's team. Zion are up against the wall, just like that.
Such a huge play there. Splashdown out of nowhere. So good at popping the Rainmaker. So good at surprising when people aren't expecting it. It's so underrated as a special. It may not be the most versatile, that is for sure. It is definitely not the most versatile special. And that's part of why it is, considered worse than, say, something like Inkjet or Baller even. But it just, when it connects, it can absolutely destroy a team. And we just saw SuperNova use that to their advantage and go up 2-1 on the set with tower control Manta Maria ahead of them.
I mean, there was absolutely no choice. No way to avoid that. It felt like. I mean, the way that it occurred, utilizing it on the barrier, realizing, you know what? Hey, Splashdown has pretty decent range, but you know what has even better range? The big gigantic circle that when it explodes near you, you die. So, excellent usage on that for the kill. What a pop off at the end, and really just the utilization of Splashdown in general in that map. was really, really good from Juan, because it wasn't just used as a kill option. It was used kind of basically just clearing out a landing spot, and in some cases just as a movement option. It was like, okay, I'm going to die if I stay up on plat, so I'm going to jump right back down to, I'm going to jump off of this ledge, splash down, go right back down to mid, and be safe from the fire. At the very least, it gives me a little bit more time to recover. So Sayonara right now, excuse me, grrr. I'm looking at SN and thinking that it means Sayonara, but like, no, SuperNova. It's going to take a little bit of time to get used to the visual aspects of the naming conventions, but either way, as we go sailing, SuperNova and grrr and be going at it, a double, two guns that rotate and go brrr from grrr, and well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. SuperNova looking for an explosive 3-1 finish here on tower control.
What a great weaponry. You can see what their entire goal is. You have two sort of Slayer weapons with that machine and the Nautilus. Both pretty mobile, both decently versatile. With the machine having, of course, its main weapon being decently versatile, along with those fizzy bombs. So crucial. And the Nautilus, oh man, Nautilus will go all over the field, just destroy anyone in range. And of course, obviously with its movement options, everyone's in range 95% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, as long as you got people helping to ink for you, and certainly weapons like the NZAP and the Heavy Splatling are going to assist you in that endeavor. Sun getting pushed back just a little bit as the deluge of orange ink comes out on the part of SuperNova. Going to keep on pushing this thing as they try to get the counter down to below halfway. They are successful at that, but again, it's these next couple of checkpoints that are so crucial. So they're coming through this vertical choke point. It's going to be just a little tougher. Approaching the third checkpoint, now you're getting into their territory, and they will indeed lose the tower, but not before putting up 76 points worth of progress, Kraken. Wait,
they're not done yet. They got a couple more points. Down to 21 remaining, and that's where I believe they're going to be stopped here. I don't believe here they're going to get any more. Every jump in after this is probably going to meet the same fate, and that's just going down. Though we see Zero managing to get a couple picks off that, so keeping the field decently even after their team was just slowly getting picked on the jumps. Zero smart enough to go, well, my teammate's gonna die, let me take one down with you, and keep the field at a decent even 3 there for a little while. Zero going off with the Nautilus, absolutely destroying anybody in range. Like I said, that's its entire goal.
I mean, never mind, Kraken, the whole reason that they were even in range to begin with is because they were able to survive and get themselves off to the side in order to remain on the field. Like, they had the only place where Zero had room or had orange ink to move was right there on the sides, and was able to swim around. First of all, get the initial pick in that one contested spot where they could have settled for a trade, but instead Sun, what a beautiful place to hide there. But instead Sun was able to just keep alive and indeed get that kill in midfield. But going back to Zero, yeah, that was about the only thing that they could do, and trying to keep their opposition at bay. SuperNova really blessed to have someone like Zero at their disposal, because that was some beautiful work that we saw in order to make that initial push happen, but then to be able to recover and get it back into their zone, try to eat up clock. grrr has to be hurting at this point, even though they are pushing now, trying to right the wrongs of just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, we definitely see a Ray, though, getting some crucial picks.
So, and the Inkjet from Bagel, unable to secure anything this time around, actually going to go down to the combined force of Chara and I believe it was Zero as well there on that kill. Such a good wow, Zero surprising me with another
secured kill out of nowhere, throwing me off my mojo here. Just not expecting that kill to happen in his favor. Such a good play there by Zero, securing it, and now his team is in a position here with 30 seconds remaining, 3 specials, and a man advantage going into the last 30 seconds. And of course, having the lead. This just puts grrrr in such a bad position. They have to overcome here to try to push this tower in the last bit of overtime. Though we may see that push starting now here with 10 seconds remaining. So good job on grrrr. Themselves having 2 specials remaining. And we'll see if they can push it here. Overtime is beginning. That tower is out of their possession. It is over.
Oh, Zero does not get that, does not get what they wanted out of that. They are going to push past the second checkpoint. However, the Ray is going to come out. It's just a little too strong for grrr's liking. They may very well lose the tower. They have no choice but to get back. However, it is going to be capped first by SuperNova, and that is going to be a 3-1 victory on their part. grrrr putting up one heck of a fight, but ultimately just too much to try to get that thing through the choke. And, well, that's SuperNova punching their ticket to Winners Final.
Such a good attempt there by grrrr to push there. But the Ray from SuperNova just laser onto Josh, who had the counter Ray ready. But as soon as the counter Ray was gone, there was nothing more that grrrr could do. They were done. They went down too many men, and they just couldn't get it in the end.
Folks, we are going to go to a quick break. Coming up next, we are going to have Winners Final action. So stay there, and remember, exclamation point giveaway. If you want to get in on the action, we're giving away another sticker set soon. So keep it here on IPL Splatoon. And welcome back. We are joined here now by the one, the only Astro. Good to see you, my man.
Hello.
And we are going to get things rolling here with Winners Final. Now, I'm not trying to say that I spoiled it or predicted it or anything like that, but we do in fact have the 1 and 2 seeds contesting Winners Final this week. It's going to be SuperNova versus the pickup team BlackPink, and it's basically an all-star team consisting of members of FT Win, and it's probably going to be one of the more explosive matchups that we see here really at all in Swimmer Sync, considering the quality of the competition, Astro.
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically FT Win +1. So I guess you could say FT Win plus Bird in this case, because you've got Kyo and Ice and Biscuit. All of them are North American champs. And then you have SuperNova. At the time, they kind of went by a bit of a different name, but in 2019, during their World Championships runs, they really took it to them in Grand Finals. So they do have a history, these two teams. That being said, we're going to go ahead and get started here on Splat Zone's Skipper.
Interestingly enough, we saw this map last time for Clan Blitz, but this time they're going to have to defend the zone, defend their honor, and certainly defend a measure of bracket pride. Welcome to Winners Final here at the second edition of Swim or Sink. And some quick painting being done by that Bamboozler. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Yudi, as they're going to contest it pretty early. 3-3 on the map right now, as it's going to be taken over very quickly by, wow, I mean, that was a good little, cheeky little bomb play there by Burt, but going to be taken over pretty quickly there by BlackPink, as Ice going to try to do work with that charger, and as we saw last week, Astro, very capable of doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really, really good Chargers map, especially if you're on the right side of the map. This is essentially a map that, if we see a nice push, the Snuffles coming out there, this is a map that is very obviously a two-sided map. Even for teams that kind of struggle, more amateur level teams that really struggle with working all sides of the map and working from many different directions, you see a little bit of lag there. Now we're starting to be able to pick things back up. Kyo actually getting a nice pick. That's 2 down on the side of SuperNova. With 10 seconds left to go, that's another down. This is going to be a full effective wipe and an instant KO by essentially FT Win.
What an absolute roll. That was as dominant as you're going to get between two teams of this quality. BlackPink looking absolutely just dominant there. You saw Burt and Biscuit combining for 11 total splats, and Kyo again with that key hold towards the back of the map at that higher elevation, even coming off of that upper platform, not showing any fear, had the exact right weapon with which to negotiate at that K-Slosher, and just a beautiful team effort all around from BlackPink to secure map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. As this is essentially an FT Win pickup, I can kind of speak on FT Win in that they're kind of team that they're not super aggressive by the play. They're definitely not super aggro, but once they're in, and once they have momentum, it's over. They just carry it, and they carry it so hard, it kind of feels like this sweeping momentum. It's very hard to describe because of just the way that they move on that map, or any map in particular, actually. But you kind of saw it there. Once they were in, it really was over. It only took a couple picks.
And it was beautifully done, honestly, what we saw from them. We're gonna see if SuperNova can perhaps recover in time for Clan Blitz at Mako Mark. But either way, this is a mode that's going to require another coordinated team effort. And right now, just considering how they're clicking on all cylinders, hard to imagine what SuperNova can do in order to outclass the BlackPink team, what are you thinking in terms of just general composition or really approach to the game for SuperNova in order to tie this up at 1?
Well, SuperNova tends to be actually on the more unconventional side of things, right? You've seen a lot of Boom Bucket from Chara recently, but he's known very recently for his Rapid Blasters, specifically K-Rapid, actually, in the different combos that you can do, the different damage combos. But Explosher coming out recently, you saw earlier in the tournament Muty actually using that Explosher to very good effect on this map. They didn't bring it out this time, but I'd expect Zero to kind of bring... He's probably going to bring out that Nautilus again, really utilize that shredding power, but they're going to probably build around their midline and their core quite a bit, because it seems like SuperNova is the kind of team that punishes super aggression, which is why you probably saw them do so well in the last set, but they're struggling so hard against a team that just plays so different from any other team in North America in terms of their style. As we see Ice back in here once again, we are going to go ahead and get started on Clamblitz Mako Mart next, actually, and that really changes everything. Ice is going to have a heyday on that charger.
And you know what the hell of it is, Astro, is the fact that they're not even, when you think about teams that have to do things differently or set themselves apart, at least when I'm thinking about other esports, they set themselves apart by doing one thing that's completely different, but at the same time, they don't really do much different than that. They kind of try to get by doing something that is different, but also doesn't really account for a lot of fluidity or flexibility in the game plan. That's not the case, really, for them. Is that for SuperNova? Is that they can operate with a lot of fluidity. Like, they're not really married to the sort of rigidity that maybe off meta or different, or just being different in general for the sake of being different really applies to some people, just because they have such a diverse talent pool that can do so many things. They're not one tricks by any stretch of the imagination. So they do have adaptability on their side. It's just when you have someone, a team that's operating at the gear that BlackPink is right now, kind of makes you wonder what room there is for error, really, for SuperNova to execute any potential game plan, especially going into something like Clamblitz on Mako Mart. And this is going to be a little bit messy. We're going to need cleanup in the breakfast aisle for sure, but they do have opportunity, and opportunity usually presents itself within chaos, and that's about what I would describe this mode as, and certainly this map is chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. Ice not actually bringing out the charger this time. As it's Clamblitz, he's opting for something just a little bit faster, something that has the power to just kind of scoot around the map and just kind of scoot its butt around as much as it can. You see a nice early pick on Zero, so they're able to pinpoint him very quickly, and once they cut down that pinpoint from that front line, all of a sudden the entire mid has just opened up right here, and they have quite a bit of work to do before they open up their first push, but they are getting those picks, so everything's being set up right here on the opener, and we're only 40 seconds into this match.
Oh, the ink coming through so thoroughly, and already over so many clams in the basket. That's what happens when you push that line forward. Unrelenting and unstoppable, it felt like. That point sensor from Ice proving to be key, going to catch that little straggler going into BlackPink's territory. And SuperNova right now just combusting, it seems like. Not able to push into the midpoint at all. They will fall eventually to that Explosher, well aimed by Muty. So they're it's going to be BlackPink's backline getting taken out just ever so slightly, but point sensor will be thrown out as Muty tries to pull back, and we'll use that as an evasive maneuver this time. But yeah, SuperNova simply not able to exert their will on this match, as it's going to be BlackPink getting yet another barrier breakage, not able to add on to it or cut into the penalty, but still, this is pretty good for their morale, I would imagine.
Yes and no. You know, they were able to get the picks and start really pushing themselves into mid, but they couldn't maintain control of their own stack, and for that reason, they really never had control. And you saw just how quickly that BlackPink was able to push back on them, and even put a power climb on the board just to stall even just a little bit further. Another nice pick right there by Ice. As you see him right there, biding a lot of time, but the Explosher is a weapon that's perfectly set up to punish anybody who's biding times and really acting as bait in a corner so that their teammates can start clicking around. So a very nice punish as you see effectively 2 go down on the side of BlackPink. They finally now have control of mid, but it's still just a little bit hairy.
They're just falling too often. It's BlackPink getting the exact picks that they need, and Biscuit certainly assisting in that endeavor with that Nautilus 79. And I mean, what else can you ask for? You get those picks, you build up that inkjet, and it's you just add to your body count. It's pretty impressive what they've been able to do thus far, as Biscuit going to try to push the line forward yet again, has the Luna Blaster for help. The Luna Blaster will pick up the assist, but it will be Biscuit picking up the spoils and certainly the barrier breakage for the entire team. Ice going to push in even more, pushing that line forward and bringing the total down into single digits soon enough. Might not get it here, but a double off of the inkjet for Biscuit. That's going to be a knockout blow, as all of a sudden SuperNova, looking so dominant in just the past round, are up against the ropes at the hands of BlackPink.
Yeah, and you know, next thing you know, all of a sudden it's a full wipe and the game is over. You know, I kind of saw Ice falling back to mid there, and I thought, I wonder why he's falling back right now. Maybe it's because he knows something that I don't, and he absolutely did know something that we didn't. We look right back up, and all of a sudden you see that inkjet coming away with that. I think it was actually a triple kill, if I'm not mistaken, and a full wipe on the side of SuperNova, and he was right there with a few more cleanses. Just walk in and give that KO punch, and wow, what a dominant showing right there from BlackPink.
It was beautiful stuff. I mean, Biscuit, Keo, and Super Jared all garnering, Bert. Well, I mean, just really, look, the whole point is that I can't believe I'm even stumbling over my words. I'm just, like, reading the entire roster and marveling at how stacked this whole team is. But what was it that made that whole thing possible? Rainmaker at Manta Maria coming up next. But, again, it all started, it seemed, Astro, from the back line. It's one of those positions where sometimes when you're grinding through solo queue, you kind of wonder how much of an effect you're really having on the game. Like, yes, you're helping, but you're also trying to herd cats, it feels like. Like, you have an idea of where you want to go, but when you're able to communicate with your team, all of a sudden, that support that you provide becomes that much more effective. And it started from the back line, able to advance the line slowly but surely, spraying their ink everywhere, allowing your other 3 teammates to get those picks, and you saw the effectiveness right there. 14, 11, and 11 right above them. Ice adding to the kill count themselves with 9, and just an absolute ink bath on the part of BlackPink. And now SuperNova not really able to garner any sort of momentum getting those frags, just because they're down at least 1 or 2 squids every single time.
You know, SuperNova really is a team that is explosive. And it's kind of interesting to see them play a team like BlackPink / FT Win pickup, because FT Win is as patient as it gets. As you watch this team, they just are so smooth in how they operate and play together and move together. Everything is just clean and crisp. And nobody, even just by the way that they play in the match, nobody ever looks like they're panicking. Nobody's ever trying to go for those massive plays, but they just produce such huge results every single time. That being said, we are on a much, much faster mode this time, on a map that really does a lot against fast modes like Rainmaker. You're going to see a huge bottleneck right there, but possibly already pushing right through. They'll forget that bottleneck, the Ray coming out, and that is going to stop the push, but not before they're already up to 31, and we're not even 35 seconds into this match.
That was a nice push to start out, and I'm not even just saying that because they got exactly 69 points on the board, Astro. Straight up, that was quality stuff, what we saw from what we might more formally know as FT Win. And you were talking about it, just the coordination that it takes to succeed in this game. This is the sort of gameplay that you see that comes with familiarity. It's not just being able to work as a unit or know like what works in the game or having game knowledge. It's knowing your teammates like the back of their hand. It's one thing to have your comms down and make sure that your teammates know what they need, but knowing what the teammate is going to need in general before you even call it out is going to be the key, and that seems like what's happening here with BlackPink and SuperNova. Just put on the ropes here. The counter almost down to 80, and they still get the barrier breakage based on that color. They are down 4-3 on the map at the moment. Juan trying to make sure of that, but they still push forward and still persist and still getting picks. Biscuit doing work with the Inkjet. They will eventually push it out and reset the Rainmaker, but that is 88 points on the board thus far, and they are looking to secure their spot in Grand Finals. Biscuit certainly assisting in that, and not done quite yet!
Wow, I mean, it's just so crazy how fast this team plays. It was not even 20 seconds into the match, and oh my goodness, they're already in our spawn with the Rainmaker. It just happened so quickly that neither team really ever set up, because it seems like BlackPink just kind of set up right out of their spawn, and they just knew what they needed to do and where they needed to go. They weren't ready, they weren't preparing for a neutral fight in mid, and it's so weird to see that, but the fight was over before it happened, which absolutely makes 100% sense. As you see, they're setting up over here on the left side because it's going to be so difficult for SuperNova to be able to do anything about that and get the Rainmaker out. But this is essentially a bit of a power move. They're at this point, they're setting it up on that side of the map to take up as much time as possible because they already know they have a comfortable lead, and they know that nothing at all can get them out of this position.
Tio doing work to try to push it at least across that outer area. SuperNova trying to play defense, but I mean, there's only so much you can do, it seems like sometimes. Working their way up in through Snipe and trying to get back. Trying to get the Rainmaker back into midfield into a more manageable position, but just taking a look at the map and how far forward the line is, that's kind of what tends to happen. Chara will explode the baller to no effect, at least on the kill. Will, however, pick up an assist and will go forward to try to maintain this push, retake midfield. The Rainmaker will reset as they will eventually go to work, but even though they do get that pop, might get some points on the board. Just the amount of purple ink that sits in front of them, just a little intimidating, Astro.
Yeah, the tide of pressure is so far up. Neutral is advanced just so far into their face, even over those ledges, it seems. And it'd be wonderful to break this down and just watch exactly how they're pushing up. For younger teams, newer teams, new players who want to learn how to push up properly, they really could just take this match, and the other two actually, and start breaking down exactly what BlackPink did in this match. But they did such a phenomenal job keeping SuperNova so far back in their spawn that they just had no space to breathe or get back. As you see, Char's trying to jump back into mid there. SuperNova with 5 seconds left. The Inkjet out on the side of FT Win. It's only a distraction. He's camping that Rainmaker, and it looks like Zero is able to pick it up just in time, but not before the Ray goes ahead and gives the GGs a 3-0 set win for BlackPink.
Domination, to be certain. BlackPink winning by a score of 88-9, and simply nothing to counter. I mean, when you have no opportunity to get through that lower midfield, you can't really account for the bucket that Kyo can really just jump off of there and kill you with. That's it was beautiful stuff what we saw. They knew exactly how to use every weapon that they had in their arsenal, and yeah, that proved to be the difference at the very end there. Every time they wanted to try to push even halfway, it seemed like Kyo was ready, on bunker to secure that kill. So beautiful stuff that what we saw there from BlackPink. SuperNova going to have to retool and recollect themselves. It's been done. We saw it done last week, a grand finals reset, but they will have to earn their chance at revenge in losers final. So we do have another giveaway, I believe, to do, and once again, folks, exclamation point giveaway. If you want to join in on that, we're going to do another set of stickers. So be sure that you're doing it right now, as we're going to take a look at the chat to see who wins that set of stickers. Once again, it's all stuff from Inkling Performance Labs, and yeah, we're always here to make sure that we are helping to create a faster, stronger Inkling for the future. That's just the kind of people that we are, trying to elevate the quality of gameplay, Astro, and it's something that is certainly near and dear to your heart, is the quality of gameplay in Splatoon.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that we're doing a pretty good job here, creating an environment for teams to really find each other and find their niche, get some quality practice, maybe show the world, hey, I've got this in my tanks, and I'm going to show you exactly what I can do. Or if you're less experienced or a more amateur player, possibly even get the chance to play against some of the best players in North America. As you see here from BlackPink and SuperNova and Sayonara, and last week with Starburst, which is essentially a Hanron pickup. 2 members of Hanron plus 2 is Starburst. 3 members or more is Hanron, is the way that they explained it. You know, we have some phenomenal teams and phenomenal players coming out every single week, so I feel that we're doing an incredible job, and it's really good to see this.
Yeah, so it's always cool to see the competition come out. It's always cool to see the kids and the squids in the chat as we do the giveaway here. Congratulations to Bill Fusion. Congrats. I'm hoping that's a Philadelphia Fusion reference. I'll be very happy if that is the case. But either way, Bill Fusion, congratulations. Enjoy the stickers, and definitely rep them with pride, as we're going to keep on doing what we do with a pretty solid measure of pride as well. We are going to continue on with the elimination bracket coming up here on IPL Splatoon. Don't go away. And we are back. And if you're just joining us, it was BlackPink, the FT Win pickup, as Astro, my co-commentator, so helpfully described them, that wound up making it into grand finals on winner's side. So every match from here on in, save grands, is going to be in the elimination bracket. That means all these teams are going to be fighting for their tournament lives. So we have the 10th team here, the Destiny Soldiers, going up Destiny Troops. You know, whatever, Troops, Soldiers, it's the synonym. But the name is Destiny Troops, we'll give them that. So Popgun and company, Popgun and his platoon, be going up against the 4th seed, grrrr, who we saw doing pretty well in the earlier part of the bracket before running into Sayonara, who were just dominant in how they won. So we're going to have to see if Jared, Bagel, and company fare just a little bit better against the Destiny Troops here, Astro.
Yeah, absolutely. This essentially is a Sayonara pickup. It's 3 members of Sayonara who actually won Swimmer Sync 1 last week. So keep that in mind. They are one of the favorites to go very, very deep into this tournament. If they win this set, they'll make their way to losers, I believe losers semi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Alright, so they'll make their way to losers semis, basically solidifying a 4th place or better spot, which is about equivalent to their seeding. We have the 10th seed here in Destiny Troops. We saw them earlier against that FT win pickup in BlackPink. You know, in FT win, you kind of have to understand that they're just one of the strongest teams in the world, period. And so if you're the 10th seed coming in here, kind of making your way from the mid-level and kind of graduating from it right now and starting to make a little bit of a name for yourself, suddenly to be thrown up against one of the best teams in the world is a little bit daunting. And they did struggle, but they since then have made a very nice losers run and have made their way all the way to here. So we'll see how much better they can fare against Sayonara, one of our favorites to go very deep in this tournament.
Well, we saw just how quickly the Rainmaker can move on Manta Maria not even a few minutes ago. Have to see just how well Sayonara, or as they're known today, grrrr, can fare in this regard. So Josh, their picked up Charger, gonna try to put in some work and get those individual picks. Takes down Baki and gonna try to hold off the opposition that was trying to come through the cut. Jared going to be taken down. Klang getting that pick, and pretty expertly so on that K-Pro, but they will be held. Not able to take they are able to take advantage, rather, of that 2 Inkling advantage that they were provided, as Bagel going to try to get some picks off with the Inkjet. Already 86 points on the board as Baki is taken down yet again, not able to establish any presence in the pit. And Josh going to get that dunk, expertly done, and just clinical stuff in Rainmaker from Sayonara.
The only real difference between the two teams was just how fast that they moved, right? So we saw that once the Rainmaker had pushed through the hole on the right side, those on the left side of the map, on the side of Destiny Troops, just were not able, or if they were able, they just weren't fast enough to get over and kind of start to shut that hole. And we see that with less experienced teams, oftentimes the way that they kind of graduate is they start to find the holes in their positioning and the way that they react to each other and the way that they move together, and they start to correct those very, very quickly. And so look forward to see Destiny Troops actually make quite a bit of a splash. But in the meantime, they've got quite a bit to learn from that match, and they're definitely going to, knowing them, they're definitely going to do so, and they're just going to only get better from here. That being said, we're on tower control next on Anchovy. It is a much, much, much slower mode, so we'll have to see how that fares for them, as Sayonara is one of the more hyper-aggro teams in North America. Slower modes aren't necessarily really giving to hyper aggro teams. They might even struggle just a little bit against a team that, like FT Win, for instance, that kind of works off of how fast they play, not how aggressive they play.
As we are going to continue on here, tower control at Anchovy Games. Well, this is where they're going to have to open up this pit just a little bit more. They were never able to establish their presence in that midfield on Manta Maria, and definitely taking advantage of the lack of numbers on the field as it was our good friend Baki, our mutual friend of ours from the laboratory, in fact. That were part of the that fought along with you as part of the Bros Calamity Squall Stars, if you remember.
I do indeed.
Yeah. So it's I was actually kind of surprised to see Baki's name popping up here, but certainly even more surprised to see Baki's name popping up on the wrong end of the kill feed, as we know Baki's pretty clinical player, but that just goes to show just the sort of competition that is here at Swim or Sink. So it is the moment of truth for the Destiny troops as they're going to try to push forward, taking a look at the compositions. Popgun going to try to make things a little bit more manageable with the remix. Going to have to be their shot callers as he throws the point sensor, gets a mark on one. That one immediately goes down. Might be marking another, but Baki going to try to take care of them, contest that near the beginning of the plat, as they do get 10 points on the board, do sayonara. However, the lead will be retaken by Destiny troops as they clear out midfield.
Yeah, and it makes sense, just as I was saying before, the slower modes like tower control may absolutely play into the favor of Destiny troops. Sayonara may struggle just a little bit more, but this just really isn't their forte. You see that tower moving as slow as it is. It's really just kind of a stationary objective, but a full wipe coming out as Destiny troops is going to run into a little bit of a roadblock, and immediately we're going to see Sayonara, or I guess in this case grrrr, kind of pushing up into their spawn, and Destiny troops, I hope they're prepared for that, and I hope they're ready, because this is a clinic, and it's certainly a learning experience the first time that you play against some of the best of the best.
Josh, I definitely respect the need to play just a little bit more aggressively. However, might have overextended just a little bit and wound up getting flanked on the 2v1, making it necessary, however, to go after that bamboozler that was pushing into their zone, as it will be grrrr taking the lead, certainly with the help of Bagel. Popgun, however, shoots Bagel right out of the sky, putting Bagel on locks. And now as Popgun gets another kill there, Jared overextending just a little bit. They still have control of the tower, however, as Josh is going to try to gain that advantageous position. Going to be chased down, but again, not doing... He is getting support, however, from Bagel. And even though they did push the tower together, Josh will survive and will indeed get even more support coming in from that right side on Piston. As all of a sudden, it's Destiny troops again looking for answers on how to stop these pushes and how to get more than 77 points on the board. That will be necessary for a win.
All of a sudden, it's a two-sided map, and you saw right there, it was Josh giving them jumps to that bridge, that fan, I guess, have you. All he was doing with that is essentially taking advantage of how slow that Destiny troops moves and making sure that they focus their time and their energy, because they're moving so slowly that it will take them quite a bit of time to push them out of that position, whereas a much faster team would know that they can take that chance and really push mid forward and really push neutral forward. Oh, and a nice pick right there on Bagel, possibly two. Oh,
beautiful.
Great job by Tofu.
I mean, what an excellent job. And don't get me wrong, you never want to be on the wrong end of something like a K-slosher, but man, just shot right to the face, kept the perfect distance to maximize the chances of that critical, and the splashdown will be shot out of the air, giving them no chance to let that thing get off, and certainly not trying to let any of that blue ink cover the field on their behalf, as Jared is going to try to chase down his opposition. Feeling like Jared's behind the play just a little bit, however, they are going to be safe in the sense that they are able to get their opposition off of the tower, and they get a kill to reward themselves as well. So as they take advantage of Piston being there, they're going to have to take advantage of this 2v1, and indeed it's going to be Baki, the unlucky soul, that gets the wrong end of the stick. And that one, you usually want to be in the 2, not the 1, and Baki learning that just a bit the hard way.
Yeah, not just that, this is kind of a clinic for Destiny troops on why a team needs to play so fast, because the faster that you move, and the faster that you play as a team, basically the better that you push and move and, force neutral and the fight in mid to be as far forward as possible, the better. A nice double actually there by Bossy, but the further ahead that you're going to push, the better and safer you are from flanks like that. Far side flanks are going to be really, really dangerous if you play really, really slow. And just sitting there and waiting on them, a smart team is just kind of sit there and they're going to go, wow, we can take advantage of this and force them to put 2 of their guys over here and just kind of push right into their spawn. Bois coming out, they are making a last-ditch push, but no, that's going to be a full wipe.
They had nothing. I mean, it was a last-ditch Booyah bomb by Popgun, who was able to build up just enough special to get that off. But by that point, they were already down 2 squids. So it's going to be a 77-54 win by grrr. And even as they were trying to come up onto ramp, it was just too much ground for them to make up. And even though it was a solid effort overall, just too much to deal with. And you saw at the very end, it was Jared and Bagel making the difference. 31 combined splats between the two, and of course, the amount of ink difference that they had to make up with Sun being as effective and as elusive as they are, getting 16 splats for themselves.
Absolutely, but that being said, for Destiny troops, they just got some phenomenal VODing materials because they can learn some really valuable lessons from just those 2 games. They can really make out their mistakes and say, all right, so we have to start doing this. There's a lot of fundamentals and basics that they can learn just from those 2 games right there, and they're going to make so much more progress, and it's only going to help them graduate from that middle of the pack group, moving forward that much more. And so if I was them, I'd say, wow, this is actually some good stuff, and let's take this and let's learn from it, and next week we're going to come back, we'll have made adjustments, and we're ready to learn more, but we're also not just ready to learn more, we're ready to win.
And it's not even like they played a poor game as well. I mean, they could have just sat back and gotten rolled like they did game number 1, but it seemed like there was a concentrated effort to kind of pull their resources and say, okay, what did we do wrong? Let's take advantage of the slower mode and try to, be steady as she goes. We're going to take care of this. And they did, in fact, have the lead at one point, but they just could not get through that ramp area. Once they got down into that lower office, it was just too much to handle. The forces that make up grrr. Simply, it's a little harder to negotiate in that instance, especially when you have someone that has who can just be a thorn in your side, like Jared, and certainly the individual picks of Josh paying dividends as well. 12 splats on the round for them, so it's going to be grrr earning their place in the next round, which is losers semifinals. And it's about how you would expect, Asho. It's going to be the 4 seed going up against the 3, the Azure boys, who are making their stream debut, ending the Cinderella run of Tato, but not before Tato took a game off of the Azure boys, shockingly enough. So the 14th seed making it all the way here, taking down teams such as Fly and Hysteria and Midnight along the way. So great job to them, but it's going to be up to the Azure boys to see if they can say sayonara to sayonara.
Yeah, absolutely. Azure is another one of those surprise teams, generally considered a top 10 team in North America. They are also very unconventional, but, the lessons learned in that last set that we just saw, what they do is they utilize very, very different ways to push neutral as far forward as possible. They like to slow down the game as much as possible and force their opponents to have to play slow so that they're not playing as much to their strengths. It gives Azure lots of space to breathe and lots of room to do what they want to do. And teams like that are becoming now a little bit farther and fewer between, but they definitely do still exist, and Azure out here is still proving that it's very effective. So we'll have to see just how well they're able to do here against Sayonara.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit more about the Azure boys, because Sayonara, we're very familiar with them. We had a few hours to get familiar with them last week, Astro, and it was worth pretty much every single second, in my opinion. It was just one of the more entertaining sets that I will be privy to for a long time. And it was a pretty memorable way to start off the legacy that Swimmer Sync is going to forge in this community. But as we're coming up to this other set here, the Swimmer Sync on stream debut for the Azure boys, and seems like a pretty decent team on paper. How does this play out in practice? Let's go through these players, just what you know.
All right, well, Pika, Toast, Mudcup, and Nico actually is a sub, which is probably why they're called Azure Boys instead of Azure. Nico Loco is his full username. He has been in the scene, kind of a rising star for a very long time, climbing the ranks slowly but surely, consistently putting up phenomenal results against very good teams. And he's kind of graduated from that mid-high level pack up, and he's just starting to get up into that high tier level play. And he's doing a phenomenal job, and I guess that's why Azure is playing with him this time. Maybe it's a tryout, maybe it's not, I don't know, but it'd be very interesting to find out. Regardless, good guy. He's actually local from Maryland as well, so he's part of our local scene here, just as Baki is part of the Philly local scene, as you talked about earlier with the lab. So local players, it really is a small world. Azure, Pika and Toast and Mudcup from Azure, you know, they'll utilize things like Double Fizzy, which hasn't been meta for, goodness, a year and a half, something like that. They'll do everything in their power to create as much space as they possibly can. They don't even use the most lethal bombs. They don't even use the most lethal methods, but the sheer pressure that they create because of the way that they position and the way they set up, it makes it very, very difficult to move and start counter pushing through.
And as we have the counter tick down, Josh finally says that they are ready, so I know that I couldn't wait any longer to see these two forces collide, but you know, thank you, Josh, for teaching me the value of patience. We'll have to see if that pays any dividends on Clan Blitz at Mako Mart. Between the 3rd and 4th seeds of this tournament, the Azure boys going up against grrrr. As we take a look at the compositions here, Astro, any surprises?
Yeah, actually quite a few. So we see a custom blaster, it looks like, coming out on the side of Azure, something that we really don't see in comp too much. And that absolutely makes sense because they're out here to punish the counter pick that Josh made switching from Charger to Swiffer. Charger in and of itself is going to struggle quite a bit against the kinds of tactics that Azure normally puts up, but they're also making a bit of a counter pick and not really playing to their normal strengths. Both teams are being a little unconventional to what they normally do because they kind of were, it seems, a little bit prepared for each other.
The Azure boys making sure that nothing significant is gotten off of this barrier breakage. Sun collecting all the clams that they possibly could with that initial pick, but just simply not able to make things happen. And now it's going to be the Azure boys' turn to make this push in. Mudcup is not going to be punished whatsoever, and they're immediately going to retake the lead. A power clam is tossed in, and that is 59 points on the board. Even more now, as Pika just sitting up on that platform, just uninterrupted. They have taken over that half of the field, and grrrr are going to be put on the back foot here with a huge gain for the Azure boys, as Jared, the Inkjet, will come out and try to hunt down some heads. They'll get a double off of that as the comeback push starts now. They get a power clam, and just like that, a third one. Beautiful stuff from grrrr, and they're trying to take a... This is just how fast-paced this map can be, Astro.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is not just this map, but just how fast-paced this mode and high-level comp in general can be. As you see, a counter push is getting ready to come out from the side of Azure, but those two going down, those trades aren't going to help them one bit. They don't have man advantage, but Nico's showing why he's so good. He couldn't quite save that second power gland, but getting a huge pick up right there before finally going down, and it looks like Azure's going to have to hit the reset button and say, okay, that neutral was lost. It's lasting just a little bit too long. We've got to figure out now a way to get back mid so that we can force neutral just a little bit further ahead. But Sayonara, before Azure even has time to react, are getting ready for a push of their own. The missiles coming out, and that actually is 2 down on the side of Azure, so Sayonara is going to have plenty of space. Make that 3. Plenty of space to just bide as much time and push on their own terms.
Just no one there to threaten on the overhead. Apparently that eventually that custom blaster will reap its rewards as they get the kill, and they are not able to advance anything off of that initial barrier breakage. They are able to cut down onto the penalty, but only slightly. Power Clam is jumped in, and they're able to cut down into grrr's lead ever so slightly, and even more clams being thrown in, and eventually that will be punished as well. 1 squid advantage on the field, and they are not able to toss in anymore. However, a power clam being tossed in. You take your eye off of objective for just 1 second, and all of a sudden you got someone just cruising down Main Street, and they're 6-4, and that's going to be a pretty fruitful push, all things told, by the Azure boys.
Yeah, you know, it's so weird seeing these teams play so close range. A nice shot right there. That is just what Squiffer does. You gotta get up in people's face. It kind of is a control weapon and an area weapon, but a much, much faster one. It does struggle against other weapons like Bamboo, ones that you see in the meta currently very, very often. And a nice shot! He does end up going down, however, so that's an effective full wipe. So Azure has the chance right here to really put the nail in the coffin. Another nice rollover pick right there. Maybe a little bit of ball bagging right there, or whatever you would, dancing around in that ball, but... maybe a little bit of taunting right there, and the barrier does go down, and Azure have the lead!
It took 2 squids' lives, but their sacrifice will not be forgotten by the Azure boys, as they do have, I don't know if they'll be able to maintain this, however. They already built up a power clam, have grrrr and Josh able to push forward again. It's a pretty decent little inking weapon, not the most effective, but still gives you a nice little area of ink for that charge. It's just absolute chaos coming in, trying to get this barrier breakage. However, Toast assisting with the pickup. They will, however, take their eye off the prize just a little bit as they lose the lead, and grrr, baring their fangs and growling. Their bite certainly worse than their bark as they get the KO with that power clam coming in at the very last second. And the Azure boys, they thought they had it under wraps. 29 combined splats for their top players, Toast and Pika. But Josh, what a difference he made. 23 splats with the Squiffer, and they'll go up 1-0.
With a Squiffer. Wow. Yeah, no, it definitely seems that his counter pick really played dividends. You know, we saw him struggle just a little bit on the slower chargers earlier in this tournament, but the moment that he switched to Squiffer, you see it's really paying off for him, and he is absolutely on fire. He did so much work during that match.
I mean, just the total team effort that took. All of a sudden, the Azure boys are on the back foot, but the back and forth nature of that match really did kind of dictate for grrr to make those sort of decisions that, you have to be aggressive at this point. You kind of have to be in the face of your opposition. You don't have a choice in order to dictate the pace of this match. It's going to be a drag race from start to finish, and there's not a whole lot that you can do about it. Credit to grrr for opening up the match at the very end and not giving up. Even though it seemed like they might have been down a few squids, they were getting picked off, especially at the very end, as you saw Pika trying to come in and make work on Josh and Bagel, but it seemed like just not enough. Bagel with that last power clam was able to get that knockout blow, and that's what happens when you leave just a little bit of room for hope. A team the quality of Sayonara will take it every single time, and if they see opportunity presented here on Splat Zones at Piranha Pit, Astro, you better believe it's going to be a repeat performance.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is a much slower mode with a stationary objective that does not move at all. The only thing that the team can move is mid in the way that they push neutral up into a team spawn, or vice versa. So you might see, the much slower team in Azure actually come into their own on this map, in this mode, as you see one go down. Ooh, a little bit of a teleport right there. Sun not able to react to it very well, but he backs up and gets out of it. I guess that's kind of just the nature of playing the game online occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. You already know how the game operates, mechanically and just on server level. So one of those things that you just kind of have to accept, unfortunately. Sun is going to target 2 with those Tenna missiles off of the ramp, keeping themselves mobile and trying to push people off of the point. Obviously, you want to be aiming for that higher ground and just making sure that none of their backliners have a point to with which to start up. And certainly that Squiffer would not necessarily a backline weapon per se, but anything that has charge potential and can reach at least that first zone is going to be of priority, as Bagel comes through with the Nautilus, trying to get a second pick to match that first, but Nico is going to say no, and utilizing that K Pro, to his highest advantage. However, Josh straight up shot in the face with the Squiffer and gets Mud Cup as well. Persistence paying off for Josh and collecting heads as they try to tick down this counter, going past 40 now for grrrr.
Yeah, it's interesting. Azure, a team that's very content with really just camping zone and making sure that neutral is at mid, because that's where they're most comfortable playing around. But as you saw, Sayonara, or I guess grrrr in this point, taking advantage of that and not letting them control mid for very long. That being said, control back on the side of Azure. Once again, the mine's coming out. A nice pick right there from Pika. Possibly 2. No, he will go down. That's 3 down on the side of Azure, boys. So grrrr is going to retake lead, most likely. Commentators curse, they absolutely do not. Lead is 100% not retaken, but Jared does get a nice pick right there as they work their counter down. The Booyah coming out, he is going to go down to that Booyah, a crucial trade pick right there. Nico going down, that is absolutely massive. And now Azure, though, have a 3-1 advantage, and they're just going to clean up and make sure that they cannot retake zone. Pika's planting those mines. And this right here is what Azure does so well. Once they're in control, it's so hard to get them out.
Trying to get back into that rather auxiliary space on the side of the map. It makes you wonder why it's even there, but let me tell you, it can be useful at times, as the Azure boys trying to shut the door on grrrr. They do retake the zone. Good quick thinking there by Pika, but simply they were not able to take out their opposition until Sun does so themselves. Good quick thinking there from Sayonara and company. As the Tenna missiles are online, they will be utilizing it soon enough, just making sure that there is no room potentially for their opposition to run. As we take a look in on Josh, three specials online for them, as the Tenna missiles will be deployed as well. Nico going to be driven off of that high ground, presumably, but is able to catch the Inkjet in midair. Good shooting there, Tex, and is able to get the trade as well. So 1-to-1 on the field right now is going to be Bagel, engaged in this 1v1 with the shot, is able to get Mud Cup, but is only able to accept the trade 3-3 now, as it is just chaos. Zones are split between the two factions, and it is going to be Azure boys fighting for their tournament lives. Nico needs this pick here, is able to secure a 2v1, and yeah, it's just about as chaotic as we expected, Astro.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it looks like Azure Bois is not really able to just truly get back in, but they're doing everything in their power, and zone has been stalled so much it looks like they might get zone back, but no, the Bois coming out, they just can't quite do it. But that's 2 down on the side of Sayonara. That's 2 down on the side of Azure. Make that possibly a full wipe? No, they get control back.
How clutch was that? You saw it, they just could not get control for the life of them. Every time you saw a pink one, every time you saw a green one turn pink, a pink one would turn green, and just it kept going back and forth, but eventually they do secure it, are able to garner a penalty for grrrr, and now they will have to fight if they want to make this a 2-0. It is into overtime. The splat bombs are coming in quick, and Josh is trying to maintain zone, but the nozzle nose gets picked off. A Booyah bomb is going to at least get that. Josh is able to get a pick on the Mud Cup, and it's a 2v1 situation against this K-Pro. Nico proving to be a tough customer and is able to take out Josh. And again, wrestling with control. They're trying to get it, but it's a total team wipe, and somehow grrrr are able to hang on and take this lead. They had to cut into the penalty. We thought they couldn't do it, but never count out Sayonara. They'll move on to losers final.
What a phenomenal game. Bagel putting in a 20 KA on that Nautilus. You know, he is known as one of the best Nautilus players in North America. He might even be considered the best because he's just so well known for that weapon. And he put in some phenomenal work. But Nico getting some really impressive picks. You know, he played so well with Azure, and he added a lot of aggression that Azure really doesn't seem to be too used to playing with. So that was definitely interesting to see as well, the way that Azure is kind of transforming as a team right now. So we'll have to keep a little bit of a tab on them and see how they've changed next week. But man, what a great set. Those games were so close.
I mean, the amount of work that Mud Cup and Nico by themselves put in, and really there was no necessarily weak point on that team. Mud Cup and Nico providing for 27 splats on their own, really. But, oh my gosh, Bagel with that Nautilus. I mean, how many times do we have to see Bagel pop off on this thing before teams start realizing, hey, this dude is kind of freaking dangerous? And the amount of work that we saw Josh just trying to hold the zone and keep their team in a manageable position against the kill power that Nico's K-Pro provided, and against the line that Mud Cup was trying to push up almost single-handedly at times, Astro. It's a little nuts what we saw. Is just the individual efforts from each player on Sayonara, or grrrr as it were. Josh really putting in the work. Only 11 splats in that last game, but the amount of work just trying to create those ins with the Squiffer and the mobility that the weapon that it provided. Just, I mean, it's mid-range, but make no difference, make no two ways about it. The amount of an advantage that it creates on a 2v1 Astro cannot be understated, especially when you have teammates that move like Sayonara do.
Absolutely, you know, it's pretty interesting. Squiffer, while being kind of a medium-range weapon, it's a one-frame kill. You know, if a Squiffer sees you and you're in its range, it's got a huge hitbox. You're probably about to get splatted. That being said, we are going to go for a very short break, and we'll be right back with you guys with our losers finals.
Don't go away. Welcome back to the second edition of Swim or Sink, brought to you by the mad scientists over at Inkling Performance Labs here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Alongside Astro, I'm Stu the announcer, and we are proud to bring you this losers final action. Hard to believe that a team like SuperNova could ever make it to losers bracket, but that just goes to show you the quality of competition that is hanging around this tournament, Astro. It's just incredible what we have seen from these teams thus far, and including the team that is sitting in grands on winner's side at the moment, BlackPink, basically an FT win pickup for those of you who are just joining us. Seems like one of our teams are ready, and we certainly hope that you're ready for this quality action as well. But before we do that, just a reminder, exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We've given away 2 sets of IPL stickers already, but coming up, it's our biggest giveaway of the night. Exclamation point giveaway. If you are interested in winning 1 free year of Nintendo Switch Online. That's right. You want to play online on our dime? Exclamation point giveaway is all you need to do. But we'll worry about that after this set. Right now, welcome to Losers Final here at Swim or Sink. Winner goes on, loser gets out, as we take a look at the compositions.
You know, you were saying it's surprising to see SuperNova here in the losers bracket, but Sayonara is here in the losers bracket as well. And it was also Sayonara last week that won our first SOS. So it's actually just phenomenal to see both of these teams in a losers final set. But that being said, I guess that really just goes to show you how good both of these teams really are, but it also goes to show you just how good FT Win and their players are, even when they're in a pickup. And a nice pick, it was a great pick right there by Bagel. Possibly another one on the splashdown. No, he does get the assist though, so he definitely did his job, but he gets the pick right there with the inkjet. So that's 3 down on the side of SuperNova, and a really decisive early push from the side of Sayonara, or grrrr as they would like to be called tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty incredible stuff what we're seeing thus far. The variance that we're seeing from both of these sides as we're going into zones. They know exactly what their game plan is. They have they're running 3 separate individuals running object shredders, so they want to make sure that absolutely no beacons are put down on the side of SuperNova. And right now it's them just owning point, but that's a double from Muty. Good stuff on the Bamboozler. They have to retake zone now. They are just barely able to get it under the gun, and they retake it.
1 point. They did it just in time, but don't count SuperNova out. They have a long game ahead of them, but anything can happen, and we still have 3 minutes left in the match, and that counter's already down to 70.
Yeah, but they will need a knockout blow if they are to get this win. Jared trying to hide by the pylon. You think you're slick? Says Zero as they jump in with that Nautilus. I mean, and that is going to be the key, I feel like, Astro, is if Zero can outduel Bagel on this Nautilus, which if this tournament has been any indication, Astro, and certainly last week, that's not going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, we actually see a counter armor coming out here in response to that Stingray. Unfortunately for SuperNova, Zero not getting a pick with that inkjet, effectively making it a wasted special. Sun coming in here and getting a pick out of that. This zone is all the way down to 5. The Nautilus is going to have to fall back just a little bit. SuperNova retakes it.
Oh my goodness! I mean, by the thinnest of margins, you could absolutely slice through frozen meat with the razor thin margin that these two are separated by. Josh and company barely able to retake the zone and looking for a knockout blow as they try to cut into their penalty. 30 seconds left upon that, but a 99-98 score on the zone. It does not get much closer than that. Josh deterred by the Tenta Missiles will be looking to deploy a Stingray of their own as Bagel is going to get a little bit of help up front, is able to flank one, and is able to get another. That Stingray proves to be effective, and the knockout blow is applied. 1-0 going to grrrr as we head into map number 2.
It may have been a knockout, but both teams were just so good. It was so close. Both teams nearly won that match. If SuperNova had been able to hold on for just 2 more seconds and get maybe one more pick, everything would have been different because they were able to put together their push at the right time, and it just was barely not enough. But as you can see, Sayonara really coming in and getting those picks, and it made all the difference because once they advanced neutral far enough into SuperNova's spawn, it was just over. Skipper is a large enough map that it's really difficult to do that, and at the very end, SuperNova just had their backs against the wall.
I mean, what crazy stuff that we just saw. We could very easily be talking about SuperNova overcoming that 99-point deficit that that grrrr had built up at the very beginning. But now, instead, we're talking about 1-0 to grrrr as we head into tower control on Manta Maria. And Astro, it seems like the majority of the splats that were picked up by SuperNova were on that push where they built it, or where they pushed it down to 98%. But I mean, it was just grrrr being consistent throughout. Jared, Josh, and Bagel having over 9 splats. In fact, 10 for Jared, if my memory serves me correctly. And the support provided by those 5 ink armors, that might have been all the difference.
Yeah, you know, we really saw the explosive nature of SuperNova, but once that explosion had just kind of fizzled out and died out, it looked like grrrr / Sayonara plus Josh / however you want to cut them, they just kept up and they kept the train going. You know, they were not out there with that massive explosion, but they didn't need it because they were just that much more consistent in that match. That being said, tower control on Manta Maria may be a whole different ballpark.
I mean, it's going to be SuperNova trying not to go out like a dwarf star. They're going to try to burn bright, shine bright, and do whatever it takes to make this a victory of celestial proportions. Darshi blows on Manta Maria as we go to game number 2. They're going to have to ride the tower if they want to prove themselves the victor. Maybe not going to be as quick a game as we saw last time. I mean, to call it a knockout victory is kind of underselling SuperNova's performance, to be completely honest. But we're taking a look at these compositions here. Sun again staying on that K shot. Didn't do too badly. Not too active on the kill feed that game, but the support that was provided certainly did not go unappreciated. However, getting flanked by Zero, gonna pick up 2, and the Squid Bag throws down the gauntlet. Bring not that mess into my house.
Zero not playing games. The only games he's playing today are mind games, and he is winning them right now. He does eventually go down to Josh on the Squiffer, but his team continues to push forward all the way to the second checkpoint at 40. If they can just get one more pick, we see both teams with 4 members alive. So we have a bit of a neutral situation right here, and Sayonara has to be able to push in through, but not before Bagel does go down, and possibly Josh right here as well. He misses his pick, and this might be it. Trade. Okay, well, we take those.
The fact that Juan was able to get a trade out of that at all, I mean, it's a little nuts to think about, but even so, able to grab the tower. Our grrrr, as Fizzy Bomb going to push Sun back just a little bit. It's going to take away their inking properties ever so slightly as the point sensor drifts off. And I mean, it's just they're inking so efficiently. Our SuperNova. Seems like there's not really a chance for Sayonara and Josh to really set up much of anything in terms of an offensive measure in mid.
Absolutely. The double splashdown coming out, a counter splashdown. He doesn't get the pick with it, but his teammate absolutely does. So it is a very well spent special. Jared now pushing up and really making sure that his team can push on through, and now all of a sudden SuperNova is pushed all the way back into their spawn and around their far right side. The missiles coming out, and that's going to add just a little bit more pressure. Zero going down as well, so that's 2 down on either side. But unfortunately for Sayonara / grrrr, it looks like SuperNova just got the right picks on the right spots of that map, and the front line really did its job. Char jumping out and playing a little bit of a safe game, actually, just to make sure that they have that armor. But it's going to come in handy here, as they're going to be able to push right in the moment that Sayonara gets to the first checkpoint. And they're kind of stalled right there on that part of the map, and the armor is going to be huge, but it's going to wear out. And now the counter special is coming out from Sayonara, and it's going to make all the difference as 2 go down on the side of SuperNova, make that 3. It is a 2-to-1 fight, but the Ray coming out, and can they get the lead? It's all the way to 42, and no!
They are pushed back just ever so slightly, not able to get onto the tower on street in any way, shape, or form. However, that slosher that was so big from Jared and is gonna prove to pay dividends yet again. A splashdown, more of an emergency measure than anything after failing to get the pick on the Jet Squelcher. However, pushing it all the way down to 21 points. And Josh and Sayonara are going to put 79 points on their board, as Muty going to try to push themselves out of this tough situation. Jet Squelcher is the exact thing that you wanted on this elbow, it seems, but there's only so much you can do when Bagel is able to just walk in unopposed and help to wipe your team. They're going to push past this 3rd checkpoint, it seems. However, they are so close to spawn. What a trade there by Josh, pushing down even further on the board, as Chara only now able to deploy this ink armor. It did not come without a price, however, Astro.
It might be just a little bit too late, but fortunately for him, he does help his team get another pick out of it. Neutral is now in mid, so we see a situation that we've seen a million times now, where the opposing team now has to push back into mid. Chara's going to be stuck on that tower. He's going to pop yet another armor from that tower, and his team is going to go ahead and get 3 down, actually.
Wow.
So phenomenal job establishing themselves enough that they might be able to go ahead. Oh, and Josh,
That's it.
he couldn't get that pick, so they're gonna go ahead and get this checkpoint, and he's gonna stay on tower and possibly get the lead all the way to 21. No!
Oh, he got picked at the very end, just got flanked on his right, and that is going to be an 81-79 count victory. Not able to advance the 3rd checkpoint much at all, and I thought it might have come back to bite them, the fact that they were not able to secure that 3rd checkpoint. But as we saw, it was a crucial checkpoint to be able to hold there on their end, as they win by just 2 points, and grrrr going up 2-0. Josh putting in work again, aiming down the sights. Their aim is true and garnering 16 kills to go along with the 5 ink armors accrued that made that initial push into the zone so very possible, and making the whole game winnable, if we're being completely honest.
No. SuperNova is down 0-2 right now, but it just that doesn't show just how close these matches were. Both of them really could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
Just one pick had been on the other side of the board. Sayonara barely squeaking both of those matches, but now all of a sudden they've got themselves a very large, comfortable lead in this set. They need to win one more, and so they can really focus on setting up for whatever map comes next is their actual forte, and focus all of their coins in one bag. And SuperNova, they have their backs against the wall, wink wink, and
Yeah.
that's a bit of an inside joke with us, but they have their back against the wall, and
I think it's
they've
pretty
got to
well
make
known at this point, to be
yeah,
honest.
they've got to make every single game count right here. But, the team being a lot more explosive, possibly being even a little bit slower, but once they're in, they just scream right through just faster than the sheer raw aggression that Sayonara brings to the table. I think Rainmaker may actually play in SuperNova's favor.
I mean, Sayonara are going to be looking for a measure of revenge coming into this thing. They realize that this is their tournament that they have to defend now. They are the defending champions from last week, if you remember, beating Starburst and a revenge match in their winners final. After losing 4-3 to them, they come back, win 4-2, and then prevent the reverse sweep on Starburst's part. Again, it was a Hanran pickup little compilation there, as they Sayonara won that by a score of 4-3. Now this is their turf that they have to defend. They lost to SuperNova by a score of 3-1 in the winners semifinal round, and now it is their tournament to win. As we take a look at this Starfish main stage initial opening gambit, Sayonara are going to try to secure the 3-0 win. Nearly inconceivable considering the fashion in which SuperNova won the last time out. A good initial push there from SuperNova as they take it down to 32 points remaining. Sun will be utilizing these Tenno missiles soon enough, but we'll have to stop this initial push in first, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to keep going for it all the way to 32. Actually is a bit of a smart play, because what it does is it focuses Sayonara's attention on the Rainmaker once again just long enough that the rest of their team can actually get in and keep the push going. Zero right here holding down this side of the map so that it's not over yet. He gets one pick, possibly a second right here, and he does, and this opens up the door wide, wide, wide open.
And just like that, an area of opportunity has presented itself. And yeah, they're getting all these jumps in, but good for grrrr to be able to pick these up. I'm not really seeing where they're going to be able to ink this a little bit further. And I'm kind of shocked, honestly, Astro, and this is maybe an unwelcome commentary on my part. You can say it, but I'm kind of shocked that Muty is staying on the Jet Squelcher. I do kind of get it. Well done taking out Jin. And with the squid bag, you gotta love it. I was kind of shocked to see Muty stay on the Jet Squelcher, to be completely honest. Didn't really seem like Muty was able to establish themselves on Manta Maria all that much at all. But as we're seeing this push come through for Sayonara, Josh, nice little push there, putting 45 points on the board, but not enough to take the lead. It seems like Muty doing a little bit, able to assert their will in this match just a little bit more, not interacting too much up close and personal. Generally the game plan that you want from a Jet Squelcher, but I wasn't really seeing it the last map. Credit to them for sticking with it though.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, SuperNova showing quite a bit of patience, actually, in this match. As we see a nice splashdown kill right there by Juan. Really, really good job, and tosses the bomb to make sure that he can't get one frame deleted. That forces Josh to have to jump out, because now they know where he is, and he's in a position where they can very, very easily punish it. And that opens up the whole left side of the map. The missiles coming out in response to that Booyah Bomb. We see all the specials coming out. One down on the side of SuperNova, one down on the side of Sayonara. Make that two, actually, but Sayo's pushing it through. They could get the lead, but no. Zero says no, and he will continue to do so for the remainder of these 1 minute and 45 seconds. Chara right here, picking up the Rainmaker and just buying as much time as he would like, because now he has plenty of space to work with, and Sayonara really have to make something happen, and they have to make something happen quick, because the pressure just has not been in their favor.
I mean, it's a gutsy performance that we're seeing here from SuperNova. That cannot be denied. Getting up close and personal with that Stingray, and certainly getting a little bit of help from that mid-ranger as well. Muty going to have to jump back out to spawn, so not a whole lot of help coming through, but able to push it into their zone. Gonna try to take it just to that lighting area, and Josh going to have to hold off their opposition, doing so pretty effectively. An Ink Armor to celebrate that kill onto Juan right across. You think you can hide in the great? No, B. I am there, and I am seeing you, and I am going to hunt you into the ends of the earth. That's another one. Good kill on the snipe, looking for a third, but Muty denies him at the death.
Yeah, Muty really doing a nice job there, punishing. It looks like he got a little hungry. Oh, but they're gonna push it. Oh, they left a hole, and they might KO it. This is a KO.
God.
SuperNova sneaking it right around them and giving them the nice KO punch. They might be aiming for a reverse sweep.
That was the shot in the arm that SuperNova needed. Realizing, hey, we can hang with them. We are dictating this match. And look, the stats say it all. 23 combined splats between Zero and Muty waking up. And really all Muty needed to do was live on that snipe and just kind of assert the will, making sure that grrr didn't have any room with which to work, getting those individual picks and allowing themselves to just kind of pester the opposition and keeping them at a standstill, even so that their teammates could pick off whatever threats came their way and denying that push past the 40 to 50 mark. But as we're seeing now, Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit, you need to have just a little bit more mobility. Jet Squelcher definitely has that. And I'm not really sure what Sayonara need to change here. It really is just a matter of being able to believe in yourself and stick to your guns. And after that game, and after being able to get that knockout, having that persistence rewarded so thoroughly, Astro, maybe SuperNova is starting to pick it up just a little bit here.
Well, not just pick it up here, you know, they're really, really onto something. They did a phenomenal job in that last match, setting up to punish the raw aggression that Sayonara swears and lives by. And they did such a convincing job of it that Sayonara really never got control anywhere. Even when they had control, they didn't, because SuperNova was behind them. And it's just, like you said, Muty and Juan putting in such strong work on that back and mid. They did such a great job with support, and it was just too much. Sayonara, they were working and kind of ready for very close range interactions, and SuperNova did a really good job of anticipating that. Sayonara at times were really reliant actually on their missiles when they were pushing forward, basically to try to force whoever they were pushing against to have to move either backwards into those missiles, but that actually played into the favor of SuperNova. So whenever Sayonara would push with that special, it actually did absolutely nothing. But maybe paint and give a little bit more special to SuperNova. So unfortunately for them, they just didn't get in close enough to make those missiles count, and it paid dividends for SuperNova. They absolutely are onto something. That being said, we have a much faster mode here. We'll have to see just how different things really are. We see the boom bucket coming out from the side of SuperNova again, actually.
And that is an interesting pick. I do quite like it. Muty going with the Explosher and gives himself just a little bit of room, but you're really emphasizing the key is on Muty to recognize that those ramps in the midfield are going to be a point. Pretty much the make or break of this match is going to be whether or not you can get those picks there, and making sure that Juan is neutralized with that K shot, or excuse me, K Pro. But it's pretty interesting what we're seeing thus far here from Sayonara, as they are getting that initial push in and piling it on. Juan with a little bit of the squid bag there. Yeah, I'm back, sucker. What you like about that? As Juan going to get some clams for the push of their own, but not before Sayonara build up a 50-point lead to start things off.
Yeah, Sayonara just got in. They just got in, and it made all the difference, because once they in, the push was already happening and it was already over, and SuperNova had to hit the reset button. And that's what SuperNova did such a great job of playing against and using against Sayonara in the last match, but this time it so far hasn't played in their favor. That being said, we have a lot of match to go, and it still can 100%. A nice double, very slow double, but still a double nonetheless, before finally going down to that Ray. But the team able to get a power claim in and maybe put a few points on the board that actually isn't going to play in their favor this time, because it's going to give a pity clam to the side of Sayonara, and because they already have so much speed and a decent amount of control on their side of the map, it's going to play to their advantage.
Yeah, and that's Josh in control of that pity clam right now. Going to try to coordinate their specials as much as possible. Ink Armor is going to be deployed, but the Nautilus goes down for the other one, can be. Stingray is going to use their special right now, but it is going to take out 3. Josh absolutely taking heads, and will take this power clam up further. That Nautilus going to try to hold him off. The Inkjet as well. And you know, I do kind of like that play. You have the chaos of that ranged weapon and also that special. Why wouldn't a Splat Bomb do the trick in that particular situation? Jared, however, going to carry these 2 power clams forward alongside their teammate. They're going to get a barrier breakage and extend their lead. 65 points on the board now for Jared and company, putting in that work, and that is going to be 3-1 on the map right now. But I mean, look at this. 94 points on the board, and 0 just now trying to push back up, but it is not without cost that SuperNova was able to get that hold.
Yeah, you know, as you can see, they really have to push through a long, narrow space all the way up to the basket. And unfortunately for SuperNova so far in this match, Sayonara being as fast as they are, playing that much faster is making all the difference, because they're able to push all the way through that much faster as well. And you saw when SuperNova tried to put together their push, it just didn't work in their favor because they were moving so slow towards the basket that they just kind of ran into pressure, just ran into the bombs.
Not able to garner anything off that barrier breakage, are able to cut into the penalty ever so slightly, but it's really just a 10-point difference in that regard, as Bagel going to try to hold their own there, not able to get the double off of a trade. 2 for 1, it's always a nice deal, certainly when you're shopping and always when you're splatting. Sun has 5 clams in their possession, going to pile up even more, and join us have a second power clam coming in at zone, but they're all coming through on the back. Our SuperNova, they are not trying to have their tournament run end here. However, they are 24 seconds away from bowing out in 3rd place. I mean, what is it going to take at this point, Astro?
Well, you know, it looks like SuperNova is just getting a little bit... you see them tossing all the clams off the map so that SuperNova has nothing to make a push with. They can let SuperNova get as far as they want, but as long as they don't have any clams to make up that massive lead difference, it's not going to do them any favors whatsoever. And unfortunately for SuperNova, they're so slow. They're just getting desperate here, and they just can't get anything going.
Oh, that's going to be a crucial blow. Juan trying to fight for his tournament life, gets a 2 for 1, but is not going to be enough. What a showing at the very end. They fought to the very last man. But at the end of the day, it's going to be grrrr saying sayonara to SuperNova. They'll move on to grand finals.
Wow, Bagel with those 22 picks. I mean, so key in that match for really just kind of being that piercing blow that pushed his team on through to that basket, all the way through that long, narrow area of that map. And it just made all the difference because SuperNova just couldn't catch up, you know? And that being said, a 3rd place finish in this tournament is definitely nothing to scoff at, and it's well earned, but they are going to go without that $100 prize that all the teams are playing for tonight. We'll be right back with you guys, however, for grand finals next, as we're going to see if Sayonara can get a little bit of revenge for just how hard they were stomped earlier.
So fast there, Astro, because that's the thing. We could talk all day about how hyped we are for grand finals, but I think we all know what the people want. They want one more giveaway. And we are going to do that right now. Remember, exclamation point giveaway for your chance at the last prize of the night. That is 1 free year of Nintendo Switch Online. That's right. You want a game online on our dime? Go ahead, exclamation point giveaway. You have yourself a chance to win. And shout outs to Milana for coming through in the chat. We really appreciate you. You're awesome, and so is your community. Proud to be a part of it and proud to have you in it. So, as we get set here for this giveaway, we're going to run it very shortly, but make sure that you get yourself in right now. This is part of the reason why IPL Splatoon is helping to create a just a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, just a little bit more hype, a brand of Inkling. So, as we do this giveaway, we will announce the winner, and once again, exclamation point giveaway, get yourself in. And Astro, let's be real, we could talk all about, the hype set that's coming up, but, I think this is what the people want. This is what the people are here to see, right? The free online, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're really trying to do here is give just a little bit back to the community that built IPL in the first place and really made it possible to happen. And all we're really focused on is not just creating a great practice environment and practice tournament for our teams, but we're also trying to do our very best to give as much of a great viewing experience to our viewers as possible. And hopefully we are doing so. I think we're doing a pretty good job of that so far. As we are going to get ready for finals, actually, then that is going to be the big grand showing of the night. Last week it was pretty interesting because grand finals, we had a bracket reset that went all the way to the very last game, but it happened at 1 a.m., maybe even 2.
Yeah, it's relatively early, all things considered, but it's also relative compared to one tournament. So this is only the second swim or sink that's ever happened. So we can establish a new normal as time goes on. By the way, in terms of that giveaway, X-Ray _M2H3 has won the giveaway. Congratulations to you, X-Ray. Enjoy that Nintendo Switch Online, and we're proud to have you here as part of the Inkling Performance Lab family. So as we continue on here, we're going to Grands. It's going to be Sayonara going up again. Well, grrrr, it's the pickup. It's Sayonara plus Josh on that Squiffer, who has been putting in work, by the way, trying to defend their quote unquote title, as it were. It was Sayonara last week. It was all of Sayonara. But with the addition of Josh, they're going to fight off against really this FT win pickup of BlackPink, who quite decisively won their winners final set against the team that really Sayonara grrrr just beat by a score of 3-0. So BlackPink has been sitting here just kind of posted up like Cell in the Cell games, and we're going to have to see if they have what it takes to fend off, when they're on the roll, Astro, one of the more dominating forces that North America has to offer.
Well, not just one of the more dominating forces. Some of those players are part of the most dominating force that North America has ever seen. Even more dominating than teams like, the past world champion, North American champions, and world champions, Deadbeat. They have since, gone on such a lengthy winning streak in North America that it cannot be understated that they are possibly the greatest team ever. And to see some of their players facing off in this grand finals is definitely not something that we want to ignore. grrrr, however, mostly made up of Sayonara members. These players are absolutely killer, and they are still also some of the best that North America has to offer. And while players from FT Win may be a little bit more established, the players from the other side in Sayonara are actually kind of on the rise, and they have been for a very long time, and they just consistently seem to outdo themselves every time that they play. And you saw it last week when they actually won our very first swimmer sync.
Exactly, and doing it in the fashion that they did, preventing the reverse sweep at the hands of Hanron, or the Hanron pickup, as they were known, Starburst, in the Grand Finals reset. That speaks to their competitive character, because at that point they had lost, I think, five straight games. So to be able to do that, to be able to reverse the trend, as it were, it was just a little nuts to see, a little nuts to commentate. And with everything going our way, it looks like that we're going to end before 2 a.m. So we've got that going for us as well, because we're on the East Coast, buddy. I'm not really sure if we're trying to mess up our sleep schedules that bad, but frankly, after you commentate a set like that, it's a little hard to get to sleep anyway. So hopefully we get a little bit of hype going this round too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of the most exciting sets that I have ever seen, and we've seen some really phenomenal games tonight as well. Definitely glad that I have not missed them, and kind of honored to be commentating a lot of them as well, because we've just seen some really, really good Splatoon. Just the level of play is exceptional.
Without a doubt, my friend. And really, it's just an honor to be able to lend my voice to this community. I mean, if I can get real for a second, it's an honor to be able to lend my voice to this community in general, because it was through watching the Splatoon 2 World Championships in 2017 that I really wanted to get into esports. It was like, I wanted to be a part of this. I want to do this. I feel like I can do this. And it was not without struggle and not without a good deal of persistence that I was able to eventually do this. But again, I'm just one of the many, many stories that make up this community, that make up our collective tale, and it's really cool to be a part of this. We want to thank you all for being who you are. We want to thank you all for sticking around. We want to thank you all for coming back after what was a wild first week for us here at Inkling Performance Labs, in the debut in the premier voyage for Swimmer Sync, and helping make this tournament something special, hopefully for weeks and years to come. And really, all I can say, Astro, is there is no community quite like this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Splatoon is probably the most unique group of people. It's a very small community, deceptively small, actually. But man, we fight and we band together, and we are so close, like glue. And when we all come together for events like this every single week, it's definitely something to behold. That being said, we're gonna go ahead and get started very shortly, as we have both teams picking what they are going to play on Tower Control on Sturgeon Shipyard. I kind of wonder, however, Stu, if the break that FT Win actually got waiting for this grand finals is actually going to make much of a difference in their play, or do you believe that they're kind of so used to it at this point that it's not really going to make much of a difference at all?
Well, I don't know. You do have it's all about momentum versus standing. You do have to win a few games in order to win this grand final set, but I mean, it's really just a matter of, take a Pop-Tart and toast it, and you'll see how hot the icing is and how it could potentially burn you. Well, leave that Pop-Tart sitting out for an hour and a half. See how hot it is then. So maybe that's what Sayonara or grrrr are going to try to take advantage of here. However, it is going to be BlackPink trying to put them on the back foot in this best of 7 clip. Welcome to Grand Finals here at Swim or Sink number 2. Time to ride the tower on Sturgeon as we take a look at the compositions. Astro, we're in for a wild one.
Yeah, we see the Jet Squelcher coming out once again from Josh. Kind of surprised to see him not play Squiffer, but it's very possible that he's actually going with a little bit of a slower counter pick, maybe because of the mode, it being a slower mode. But the Ray already comes out on the side of Sayonara, and one down on the side of BlackPink, and that is going to go ahead and give mid to Sayonara so they can start to push forward just a little bit. And that trade coming out is going to make all the difference, however, because it's going to be followed right there by a Booyah, and now it looks like BlackPink have everything reversed.
Yeah, the trade between the Nautiluses, are we calling this Nautili, or am I reading too much into this? The trade between the Nautilus is proven to be crucial. Ice with another very good point sensor. I mean, such a good shot caller in general. We saw just how potent Ice could be on the Charger just last week with the Grand Finals appearance of their own, and now coming back as a part of BlackPink, maybe looking for a measure of redemption, or dare I say even revenge, at the expense of Sayonara, as they are going to pass checkpoint 2 already. 81 points on the board for BlackPink, as they are going to oh my gosh, for Sayonara, I completely am just turned upside down. But then again, it looks like it's Sayonara experiencing a good bit of vertigo themselves, as they have just been turned inside out by this initial push by BlackPink.
Yeah, absolutely. Once BlackPink had the push going, their pressure just did not end until the full wipe. You know, and that's just so effective. That's what they really do best. It's so hard to stop a push by these players because they do not let it stop. They just know how to keep it going, even when they don't have man advantage, because they get their team back in so quickly that they never ever give up any sort of ground. And a nice bomb kill actually right there, and that's going to open up this side of the map. 2 down, however, for the side of BlackPink. That's 3 down in response for the side of Sayonara, and now they have their backs against the wall.
There we go. And yeah, I mean, is this going to be a counter of how many times he can say this just as a joke, or that's kind of what it turned into last week, if we're being completely honest. But one person, I guess, is in on the joke. The other person created the joke. Either way, as we get into explaining humor is like dissecting a frog. No one laughs and the frog dies. Anyhow, Biscuit going to try to hold down that left side as they try to reconfigure their position. That tower is not going to be held by BlackPink for very long, as they are going to lose control of midfield. However, Jared, with the overextension, going to be taken out, and Ice is going to try to take down the opposition down and below that, under the bridge. Take out the troll under the bridge, why not, as Ice tries to utilize the mobility that, what little mobility the Remix has, as they are going to ride the tower and going to get a little bit of support with Bagel waiting behind the wall on the platform.
Absolutely. You know, we saw him not really leave. Oh, and that Booyah Bomb right there was a bait, and it was so perfectly executed. 2 down now on the side of Sayonara, and FT Win have their push going. This is going to be a KO.
Then you saw, as soon as they took over Plat, there was absolutely no room for them to do really much of anything. That was Sayonara just getting outgunned and outranged. Even with that Squelcher, it really could not do a whole lot. Even leading the teams, leaving their team in splats, just was not able to garner a whole lot of an advantage in that regard. So as we are going to continue on, this game number 1 belongs to BlackPink. Grrr going to try to regain the front foot on Mako Mart and Splat Zones. I can only imagine that Jet Squelcher might be a little bit more useful there, but it was picked for a reason in that game. In that game number 1, it just seemed like everything that Sayonara had a question for, it was ready to be answered by FT Win.
Yeah, you saw that KO punch right there. Really was one of the more perfectly executed team plays I have ever seen, and I've been around a while, watching a lot of Splatoon, playing a lot of Splatoon. I played a lot of competitive for a while myself as well, and that was just a perfectly executed, wonderful bait. And sometimes it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. They just knew what they had to do, and Sayonara just wasn't anticipating it, and they weren't ready for it. Because Bagel right there didn't seem to realize that the other team would anticipate that that they know he's probably there because he didn't go down. And you know, fortunately for BlackPink, they're smarter than that, and they absolutely took 100% advantage of it. And it looks like Sayonara here are, you know, kind of like SuperNova, just kind of playing reactively. In everything that they do, it seems like BlackPink has an answer for, and a very, very swift one at that.
Yeah, and as we take a look at these compositions here, we saw Kyo running double quick respawn last time, and that was kind of an interesting choice. We knew what the goal was. Jump in, be aggressive, and if you die, well, you'll get right back on the field, so it doesn't really matter. Or right back on the map, as it were. Got to work on the terminology. That's what we're all trying to improve here at Inkling Performance Labs, as the initial zone is going to be taken by BlackPink. Ice going to deploy a splat wall, providing themselves a little bit of defense, and the key advantage, as we were kind of anticipating, Astro, was going to be taking advantage of both stacks and garnering not just the zone itself, but the stack, making sure that there was no chance for a dangerous mid-range weapon like that K-Pro that Jared is wielding could possibly have any sort of usage, at least in terms of direct damage upon the zone. They are going to be taken out, and it's 3-1 on the map. That Inkjet is as deadly as ever, especially when it's on the back of Bagel. They're going to look to get a knockout for 3-2 on the map, and as quick as that, it is 2-0. BlackPink striking back yet again.
Man, BlackPink is putting on an absolute clinic tonight. They're just doing everything right. You know, those watching this tournament who want to learn just a little bit, look no further, because BlackPink is showing you how it's done. And if you want to dissect some of what they do, it's not going to be very difficult because you can see it right in front of your eyes right now. And it's so simple. Sayonara just never even got a push together.
Yeah, I mean, here's what kind of says it all to me. It was that the entire Sayonara combined had 5 splats. Burt by himself had 9. Does that have any sort of bearing on what happened there? Because Burt being alive and winning all those interactions, allowing the NZAP to garner even more ink armors. There were 2 of them in that match in that quick little time period, able to garner up those specials that quickly, of course, with the inking ability of NZAP. But really just being able to stay alive and keep that zone and not letting anyone retake that their own stack. They took their own stack and didn't let them back on. Every time they tried to, they would be ready with a 2v1 or a 3v2, and they would not let them take anything. Everything had to be done inefficiently, and Sayonara weren't allowed any room to breathe whatsoever. And now they have to take Rainmaker if they don't want to go down 3-0. Sayonara will be switching over to a Bamboozler, in fact, as we take a look at these compositions here. It's going to be, it's not impossible, but my goodness, is it going to be tough.
Yeah, tough is a little bit of an understatement here. As we see, this map is actually just a little bit more two-sided, because it doesn't really get any more complicated than that. There's really only 3 directions that you can go out of spawn, and right there, being forced to move to either side of the map by the Stingray is the Sayonara pickup in grrrr, but they're going to go ahead and collapse on that push, that kind of spearhead push, if you will, and they're going to start making something out of it right here. Josh getting those instant points by climbing up and getting it all the way to 60 and beyond, now down to 34, and that's another pick right there for Sun. 2 down on the side of FT Win. They're not done yet, and they have it still at 34, but it's still anyone's game.
That autobomb came in so clutch, and Kyo was ready for it on the K-Slosher, ready to back up his own offense. You know what? It's always good to be your own support. Why not? As the Fizzy Bomb is going to try to push in and cut in on the potential routes for Sayonara. Good little bank flank there by Kyo. Has no place to room, though. The Tenna missiles proving to be potent as ever, as Kyo will be denied that little back alley. And now, all of a sudden, if you're BlackPink, you're in an unfamiliar position here in this grand finals. You are fighting off of the back foot. You do get a double, however, by Biscuit, and that's a decent little place to start. What allowed that push to begin with was that 3v1 advantage that they initially accrued, Astro.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw right there the way that Kyo was playing. He saw that matchup, immediately made the call out, and came around for the finishing blow from the other side of the map. But he did it so quickly that it was executed fast enough that Sayonara would not have had any real time to react to it. This phenomenal way that the team is moving together and creating some exceptionally well executed pincers here. We saw all of this on the left side of the map, and we didn't really get much of a chance to see what was happening on the right side of the map, but, you know, different movement and different pincers being executed on that side of the map as well, I'm sure, because this game is moving so quickly, and a team is moving on so many different levels at once that they kind of have to. And the Rainmaker is going to be stopped, however. Sayonara pickup, grrrr, actually still have the lead, and a fairly decent one at that.
Josh was able to move out of the way just in time. Still kind of sitting up there in that snipe position. Not too terrible an idea, so maybe just out of range anyway. However, 3 bodies coming in on the attacking left, and Bert gonna try to push this up as far as possible. However, missiles coming in forces them forward and straight into the path of Bert's Nautilus. That is a key stop. 59 ticks remaining, so 41 on the board. Kyo doing damage with that K-Slosher and gonna try to do even more here. Now gonna have to break the barrier yet again. 3-2 on the map as Kyo going to have to readjust position, realizing that this barrier breakage is going to be a lost battle. However, it's always winnable when you've got an Inkjet on your side, apparently. And they do keep pushing.
All the way to 46, you know, that's a perfect example of how quickly these teams are moving, because pushes are never more than 10 seconds apart. Everything is happening so fast that you're constantly hitting the reset button and the go button. Reset, go, reset, go, reset, go. You're putting out so much paint, you're charging specials so quickly, you're pushing forward so fast that everything is just on an absolute godlike level. Everything is just on a level of playing field that your average Splatoon player has never experienced. And to see these players, some of the best in North America, doing what they do, it's really just it's something to behold every time that you tune in.
It was, I mean, what we're seeing right now is some of the highest quality Splatoon that we are bound to see in the, in not only in the region, but really just about anywhere on the planet. I mean, I know that we talk about how good Japan is and how they define the game so thoroughly, but Bagel, beautiful stuff with the double off of the Nautilus, proving why they may very well be the best Nautilus player in North America, and just utilizing all this turf and certainly the Inkjet to take even more bodies, and they're going to get 2. No chance for a barrier breakage, and no hope for the comeback. That is going to be Team Green taking it. And yeah, they're not out of this quite yet.
A lot of fight, and they definitely showed it. Bagel putting in some amazing work, especially towards the latter half of that match. As you saw him get, what was that, 5 picks in a row? All in a row, all when his team needed it. And suddenly the FT win pickup in BlackPink just had nothing left in the tank for that push, and they had to go and push forward, scream forward, aimlessly towards the objective mode.
I mean, it's some craziness what we're seeing thus far from both of these teams. And Sayonara, again, I mean, even just between Sun and Bagel, what was that? It was 22 combined splats. Bagel really getting those last 4 or 5, as you mentioned, at the very last instance, making sure that hold was firm in the very last part of the map, and really just taking advantage of the narrow alleyway that they were in just outside of Snipe to take that route away from BlackPink, who really just could not move it out of that way, because you know, Bagel was just sitting there saying, haha, Nautilus go brrr, and it's a tough situation to be in, especially because Biscuit did so well on the Nautilus that map too. 13 splats for them. Just it was really just, it comes down to when you get those splats, it seems like sometimes.
Well, it really, the game isn't just all about splats, right?
Of course.
This game is a very deep one, and at its highest level, there's so much to learn to get up to that level that it would take somebody years and years and years. And if they don't have the right resources, then they'll never be able to get there. And so a lot of the battle getting up to that point becomes establishing those resources and utilizing them as well as you possibly can to learn as much as you possibly can. And these teams also constantly have to flip their idea of how the game is thought of and how the game is played upside down pretty often, because they may be the best in North America, but then once they play against a team in Japan, for instance, that plays totally different and does something that proves some of their theory about the game completely wrong, all of a sudden they're, you know, hitting the drawing board and learning all over again. And this game is so deep that that's happening even now that the game has been out since 2017, actually. It's almost a 3-year-old game.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we see Kyo. Oh my gosh, Sheldon picked this thing for a reason. The Soda Slosher put in work. I mean, how good is Kyo on a bucket? I mean, is it a stretch to say, Astro, best slosher in North America? I really don't think it is.
It's not really much of a stretch. There definitely are players who could be considered best slosher in North America, but Kyo continues to prove why he is a contender for that title. But, you know, it's kind of interesting because Kyo, especially in Splat 1, was actually known for his blaster, and even now, a lot of the older comp players or the older community members still know Kyo for his blasters because they were just that legendary early on, and just how good he was and still is on blasters. Unfortunately for him, the game and its current meta is one that most blasters aren't usually the greatest picks in the world, depending on what you're trying to do. And a nice pick right there. But he still makes phenomenal work of all the weapons that he picks up, and it just seems like he never misses a beat.
It's a little nuts what we're seeing from both of these teams. I don't really know what else to say aside from that. Kyo not able to support their teammate just enough. 3-3 on the map right now as Josh going to try to maintain their position, but right now it is 62-0 on the board at the moment in favor of BlackPink, and it's going to be a tough position to get out of. However, Josh with the Tenna missiles able to get themselves into a manageable position to launch them. Maybe not going to get any kills off of them, but at least going to help with any potential push. But not if that Splatling, excuse me, has anything to say about it. I mean, it's a little hectic. They're getting pushed around just a little too much for their liking, as Biscuit is going to prove their worth on the Inkjet and taking out Josh. So now that push is going to come in across that bridge over troubled water. 3-1 on the map, and they'll take full advantage and try to cut down on this penalty, and indeed they successfully do.
Yeah, you know, when Sayonara pick up, so I guess grrrr, when they put together their push, it was a perfectly executed Stingray. And what I mean by that is that Stingray worked to disrupt the push and separate them. And all of a sudden, you had two people falling back and one person pushing forward with that Stingray behind them. And now that one person pushing forward is very manageable because you can just 2v1 them and at the very worst get a trade, and now the push is dead because the other two have fallen back. And it's just so well executed. Everything that they do is just so well executed so far. It's just phenomenal how much control that they've had in this match. But a jump coming in, and Sayonara's not gonna say no yet. grrrr putting in some clams. They did. It's baffling. How did they sneak around like that? Where did they find the hole?
It was cheeky, if nothing else, and Ice trying to sneak through with the power clam of their own is going to be denied by those dualies, and Josh helping out and trying to contribute to the cause, looking for the knockout blow, but is going to be denied at the very end by Ice. 4-1 on the map right now, less than a minute remaining. However, the damage has been done. It is 95-63, and just like that, Sayonara, grrrr, however you want to call them, are bearing their fangs in a big way.
Yeah, but you know, I actually believe that BlackPink actually have a bit of an advantage right now, as you see the Ray splitting up that 2v1 so that Hyo can come in and get one pick at a time, and now he's got control of their street, and now all of a sudden BlackPink has a great push all the way up through to the basket, but they just can't move quite fast enough to make it happen yet, as the power clam does go down. That is one down on each side, and it is going to be saved, so the push is still alive with 3 seconds left to go in this match. The specials coming out. Is it going to be enough? Is that one kick right there? Possibly two? No! He goes down. That is a full fight.
Oh my goodness, you thought that it was enough when the Splatling got taken down by the Inkjet. You had your hopes up just a little bit, but then the full team wipe, they overexerted themselves just a tad as they entered the pit and tried to approach the goal. But Sayonara says no, and they will go up by a score of 3-1. They are look, Sayonara right now, they could have gone down 3-1, excuse me, but instead, retaking this, using the momentum from the last game, going 2-2, it's just a little. What can you say about their performance right now? They could have just rolled over and died, but instead, bringing themselves back into the set. And excuse my not being able to read, but holy smokes, that was just a little insane. That team wipe.
Absolutely, Sayonara grrrr coming through when they needed to, and it shows. They have all the momentum right now, but they're gonna have to carry that into a really interesting map, in an interesting mode on that map, in particular flat zones on Black Belly Skate Park. That double zone, and not only is it a double zone, but because it's splat zones with a very stationary objective, it is a slower mode, and we've seen so far BlackPink absolutely dominating in those slower modes.
Absolutely, and now as it's come up to a 2-2 draw, a potentially momentum swinging game number 5. The dynamics of this set kind of just hanging in the balance, excuse me. And especially on Skate Park, this is the first time we're going to be seeing Black Belly on this during this stream. It's always an interesting little place, especially for splat zones. So it really might just come down to dominating that center point and making sure that you have the range to kind of keep out potential intruders. But then again, as soon as you get down into the zone area, you're kind of safe from any shots unless they're just shooting straight down.
You know, height advantage actually plays a very large part, but while the zone is objective, the players absolutely cannot be, because it's very exploitable to be. And as you can see, both teams anything but, maybe even just a little bit more aggressive from the side of grrrr, as per usual actually, but that definitely didn't play against BlackPink in the first 2 matches, so we'll have to see how that plays out for them in this match.
As we're seeing here, this is going to be a lot of work being done here by grrrr. This Bagel, again, that Nautilus, proven to be so useful in terms of taking advantage of the zone. It is 4-3 on the map. That Splattershot Jr. just coming back online, as I said that. Biscuit going to try to outduel Bagel on that Nautilus. Easier said than done. Bagel says no to that Charger with the Inkjet, and now going to try to exert their will even more on this map. Jared just kind of hanging there, sharking, and is looking for the kill. Is going to take out Ice. You never had a chance, kid. You never had a chance, in the Inkjet is going to help garner control for FT Win or BlackPink, whatever you want to call them. They are just as deadly, and Ice certainly proven to be just as useful. But Jared, that flank was just filthy.
You know, and that it's kind of a bit of an understatement, actually. It's not just a filthy flank, right? Sayonara, everything that they're doing in this match so far has just been a complete reversal from how they played in the first 2 matches, and even the first 4, actually, because they're far less explosive and they're finding a lot more consistency right now. And it looks like BlackPink is having to come play into Sayonara's strength. However, Kyo coming in and getting 2, Josh just kind of playing it safe, trying to shark a little bit, but no, you can't shark in the middle of a map where suddenly a team like BlackPink has control, because they will find you and it won't even take half a second.
Biscuit asserting dominance on that center ramp and is going to be outranged just a little bit by that Nautilus, and it's tough to contest. However, Josh going to be taken out. It is 4-1 on the map. That suction bomb is going to be useful in terms of stopping the count, but only for so long. Got 2 people to fill it right back up, and Sayonara going to try to prevent this lead from being taken. And with 2 counts remaining, they are able to stop it, but they are now engaged in a few points of combat on the side and are just barely able to take it back. Sayonara hanging on, but by the skin of their teeth, Astro.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like grrrr you saw the fun little junior fight that they had. Another fun little junior fight, and this time, however, it's going to result in a trade, so both teams effectively with 1 down make that 3 down on the side of grrrr. So BlackPink, before you know it, suddenly they're right back in it.
Yeah, and that's how you cut into something. And Ice gonna just hang there, gonna try to right peek out for a target, but will not find anything. It's just hanging out in the elbow, but eventually Bert comes up to meet them. Ice will take out Jared, their potential support, and now it is 2-1 on the map, and they will cut into the lead and potentially take it for themselves. Indeed, they do. BlackPink on the front foot as Kyo tries to garner as much of a turf advantage on that side alley and going into the ramp even as much as possible. Going to take out the one contestant on the side and will eventually have to cede control, but not without a fight. They have put 86 points on the board, and Bagel is just sitting up in that window and will try to move into zone. However, you never, ever want to take your eyes off of Kyo. Are you out of your mind? That's a team wipe, and that is a 3-2 advantage for BlackPink, who go in looking for a decisive Game 6 victory.
Is it too much to say Ice might be the best Charger player in North America?
That may very well be the case. I don't know.
Because it seems like every single chance that he possibly had to maintain control and punish any sort of movement that Sayonara would try to use to gain traction, he's proving right now in that match that KA doesn't mean everything, because he just was so dominating when it came to establishing control and being mobile on a weapon that's known for not being very mobile, that it made all the difference in that match, especially at the very end, getting that cleanup pick on Bagel and making sure that he saved his front line, because had his front line gone down, that would have opened things up for Sayonara to push right through and possibly barely be able to save that match. But unfortunately for grrrr, it just didn't happen that way, and it looks like BlackPink they have regained all the momentum that they had lost in the last 2 matches.
And it really just seemed to come down to how well their opposition... The key seemed to be suppressing your opponent's pressure from that snipe position, making sure that they couldn't try to annoy people coming in through the zone or from behind wall. It was just very convincingly strategic how FT Win or BlackPink, whatever you want to call them, they're just as deadly, and frankly, they're proven to be just as dominant as they ever have. But the he was pretty clear, making sure that Bagel with that Nautilus, whenever they went up there, you make them pay for it. So as now we are going to tower control on the Reef. Again, this is the Reef's first appearance in this week's tournament thus far. It's been interesting. Sayonara are going to be fighting for their tournament lives, and it's going to be NA's premier champions, as we have mentioned thus far, up there with the conversation among the greats, FT Win, that are going to be fighting for this week's championship. As we take a look at the compositions, about more of the same, except we have Ice going to the remix, and Josh staying on that Bamboozler. That's a lot of main power up you're sporting there, kid.
Not just a lot of main power up, but there's probably a reason for that. This map has an awful lot of nooks and crannies. Everywhere you go, there's something in front of you or something around you that is blocking shots. So it's it's pretty easy to see why I switched to a weapon with a little bit more of an arc to his shots, because chargers might struggle just a little bit more outside of mid and in other situations, because once the charger is off of that grid, all of a sudden it's gonna have a heck of a time really making anything happen at all. I say that, however, but a charger comes out and gets two really important picks on the tower to stop BlackPink's push in their tracks, and it made all the difference on that push because they're going to be stalled right there at 77. So not much of a push. They don't even make it through the first checkpoint.
I mean, a push is a push, nevertheless. You still got those points on the board. You're still maintaining that you have an advantage, as tenuous as it may be. However, does not seem to be deterring grrrr at all, as they're going to try to take back this tower and indeed take back the lead. So I guess just forget what I said. Josh is disregarding that completely, as he's going to try to outrange their opposition on that NPU-laden Bamboozler. Bagel trying to support that push with the Nautilus, as they are going to continue on. More than 50 points on the board for them now. Make that more than 60, as they are going to have a super jump in. Bagel taking care of that back alleyway, and yeah, it's pretty much more of the same from what we've seen from them. But Sayonara, grrrr, whatever the name may be, they are not going away, showing that they are indeed championship caliber, as they proved 1 week ago.
Yeah, and an interesting bait right there. Once again, it seems that BlackPink are just using baits constantly in their pushes, and we see that bait once again to make sure that Bagel went down to that Booyah Bomb. So it's definitely something that they utilize when pushing forward very often. So start looking out for those in the chat, and start pointing them out to each other if you see them, because I definitely cannot catch them all, and I don't think Stu can either. But starting to break down just how these teams push is really going to make all the difference in understanding what is going on here, because now BlackPink really have the momentum, and everything has been flipped upside down. Sayonara have got their work cut out for them. Everything is just a tad too late, as you see Sun succumbing even to the Booyah Bomb, all the way down now to 22, halfway through that checkpoint. 3 down on the side of grrrr. Make that just a little bit more, as the last checkpoint is finally eaten up, and now past 10. This might be a KO for the win if the grand finals, and all the way down to 2. Sayonara jumping on it, just not enough. BlackPink with the win for SOS2.
What a performance! What a knockout! BlackPink refusing to be denied as they entered the goal, and just as quickly as it seems like it started, it ends, and BlackPink just dominant at the very end of it all. 24 combined splats for Keo, as you saw, and I mean, the performance that we saw, I was about to comment really on the interesting selection from of Keo with Vanilla Tri-Slosher, but really Tri-Sloshers of any sort seem to be just up Keo's alley, so I'm not going to criticize it. Just seemed to be interesting, and certainly those burst bombs doing good in assisting kills that he found on the 2v1, just able to roam around and pick up just a little bit more damage to help out their to help out his teammates. Wonderful stuff from BlackPink. They are your swim or sink 2 champions, and gotta say, Astro, they 100% deserved it.
No, just deserved it, right? But grrrr really put up one heck of a fight, and that's also not to disregard the kind of run that SuperNova also had all the way to 3rd place. All that does is prove that just how good BlackPink really was tonight, and they once again proved that they had championship caliber players on their roster, and they proved also just why those players are championship caliber with 2 championships to their name. Just phenomenal stuff, just incredible games tonight, and it was wow. I don't even really have any words. It was awesome.
It was chaotic, it was wild, and it was a whole heck of a lot of fun. And we want to thank you all for joining us here on this 2nd edition of Swim or Sink. We hope that you join us once again for the 3rd. It's starting up this time next week, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's every single Wednesday, right here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Be sure to follow everyone involved here on Twitter at Inkbearer. That's Inkbearer in production. Shout outs to him. I mean, just doing a tremendous job this entire night. This stream ran like butter, and it was beautiful to watch and certainly a joy to commentate. So thank you to my commentary partners, Kraken Mare at Kraken_Mare, and you, my good man, Astro Cities on Twitter. So yeah, shout outs to you. You rock.
And before we go, we also have one more thing. We have another IPL event this Friday, actually, in our bi-weekly tournament series, the premiere of Testing Grounds, once again open to everyone. So, if you haven't yet, go ahead and check that out, because it's going to be one heck of a time. In the meantime, it's been a pleasure, everyone, and that's going to be it for tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks once again to everyone involved in IPL Splatoon, and thank you all for watching. I'm Stu, the announcer. Rage on, everybody! And until we meet again, happy splatting.